What is up, ladies and gentlemen? It is your friendly neighborhood BJJ podcaster, Rafa Esparza, coming to you live right now as we watch the semifinals of ADCC East Coast Trials. We took a little bit of a break, but we have been here essentially from start to finish. We started yesterday. We are continuing on with our coverage today. If you've been joining us for a while, I think you've enjoyed the matches that we've seen. Currently, on the left-hand side, we have Natalie Levesque and Brittany Elkin. Right-hand side, we have Jocelyn Baby Shark Molina versus Maya Matalon, and that is happening right now. If you guys are enjoying the action, we would love it if you would like, comment, and share all of the things that are going on. And yes, and we're back. Not a very long break, your egg. They gave me enough time to kind of rest the vocal cords for a few seconds, but the underground don't stop for hoes. So we definitely press on and make things work here. And what I can say is I'm happier now that we are down to 2 mats. My eyes are a little bit more adjusted to what it is we're seeing here. And it does look like Natalie Levesque gets the finish with just 31 seconds, even though she was up 4-0. She will make it to the finals right now. So congratulations are in order. Brittany Elkin is an excellent competitor. Natalie Levesque, you are one step closer to, well, for the women, they don't go to ADCC. It's a whole thing. Like, we have to get excited that they won because they won a thing, and that's exciting, but the women don't get automatic bids when they win here. So it's hard to really pump up and make you excited. Like, imagine just telling in another sport where somebody wins a wild card and you go, hey, they advance. Just kidding, they don't. They get the opportunity to advance. The dumbest sport sometimes. Meanwhile, submission attempt over here on the right-hand side, as it looks like they're going to go to overtime without any points scored. That is a tough break because you did see toward the end of that match, Matalon was looking for a submission, might have given up an opportunity to get the hooks in. If she had gotten the hooks in, she essentially would not be going to overtime with Jocelyn Baby Shark Molina. There's some fixing of the hair, and then we get right back to business there. But As a reminder, like, comment, subscribe if you are enjoying this broadcast. We hope that you are. I know many of you guys are tuning in. Some of you might be actually going to an open mat, but what's up, Surge? What is up? I am Ballistic. Now, this is where you start to say, hey, listen, that almost back take, I can't let that happen again. So if you are watching right now, Matalon is putting in overtime to try and get the back take here. Maybe even just putting in the extra effort to get the submission, whatever she can do. And she definitely has some time. It's 2:21 in overtime to work here, but is doing her best to try and control Baby Shark. And there's not a ton of time here, so we'll let you know what is coming up next. I believe we are next moving towards the men's 99 plus. So the men's 99 plus is coming up next, just in case you're wondering. We were starting with the women's over 65 kg category. 99 kg plus is coming up next for the men's, it would appear. So that is going to happen over on mat number 2. And it looks like it's Nick Hartman, Ian Dabe versus one another. And then Benjamin Sutz and Stefan Banta versus one another. So those are the next bouts that you will see here in just a few seconds. But even though there's not points for Matalon per se, things are looking positive in her direction. So we may be, that is an attack on the arm right there. And now she's flattening out Baby Shark, and that does not look like a fun position. Baby Shark's feet are wailing around. That wrist looks like it is firmly pinned to that ground in an awkward way. Referee right on top of it. 54 seconds. That's going to give Matalon the 3 points that she was looking for in the end of that last regulation period, as she's just extending the arm. Like, that's just not fun. No, 40 seconds left. Yeah, I think we're nearing what might be the inevitable here. On the question that we have from Egg, did Hoffa or Keith win? When we were signing off, we could proudly report that Keith was able to pick up the win and continue his winning ways over Hoffa. Keith this is where he shines. These are these really tough, grindy tournaments. And, you know, I think Hoffa made a big name for himself. He continued the momentum he has been able to have with the PGF and EBI. And now looking at him here, he looks right at home at ADCC. And what I don't love is they are warming up the boys to get ready to go next. But I think in order for this to truly work, you want to let these matches conclude for the weight classes before you move on to the next one. And they're already looking at them like, you guys want to go now? We can just start now if you want. So I think they're waiting for the all clear. We're going to go to the next series of matches. So as we mentioned, Nick Hartman, Ian Dabe, that's coming up. And then on the other side, Amir Alam and Brandon Reed. Apologies, took me a second. I want to make sure. I know Brandon, but I want to make sure I'm saying the right name. What ends up happening when you do this for long enough, and we've been on the air now for what? Probably about 10 hours cumulatively. So yesterday we were on for about almost 5.5, 6. Today, another hour and a half. So we're somewhere in the neighborhood of about 8 hours. I think by the time we're done here, it'll be about 10 hours. It is a long, long day. But here's what we got going on. This is mat 2, mat 3. Ian Dabe over on the left-hand side, taking on the very dangerous Nick Hartman, who got it done in his last match. And it was a pretty big win for him. Those two gentlemen go up against one another. Meanwhile, Amir Alam and Brandon Reed. That should be a very fun match. Brandon is an excellent wrestler. And you know what's funny? You look at this over on the left-hand side, Nick Hartman wasted no time pulling guard. This is the non-points portion. I thought for a split second Amir was pointing out that his eye got poked. Doesn't look like it's too bad there. And I'm also used to seeing Brandon with the goggles, so it takes a second to readjust with him without the eye gear that he normally is sporting. Talk to me about your favorite moments from the competition today. We will be here throughout the rest of this tournament. So that means we will be here from start to finish for the semifinals to the finals. That we are committing to. And we are excited. A wrestle up attempt here by Amir, stuffed by Brandon. And both these matches are within the first minute of action. Jesus, Brandon just really threw his whole body at Amir, gets the pass, has to let it go because Amir is about to regard. The referee is going to stand back. No, I'm sorry, not stand back up. He just repositioned Ian Dabe and Nick Hartman center of the mats. And just to let you guys know, after this, that's where the Benjamin Sutts and Stefan Banta match happens, but I'm not seeing the exact time and space on it. Brandon Reed looks like he just got the submission on Amir. He gets the finish. That is impressive. Right now, it is going to be a very, very tight race. Nick and Ian are currently fighting for the opportunity to see who is going to match up against Brandon Reed, but that was a very, very impressive performance by him. Okay. Good start of the day for the semifinals. Wherever you are watching, I hope you are enjoying the broadcast of Flow Grappling's ADCC program. We have cut back severely on the amount of commercials that they are airing, which is such a relief because this shit is really annoying. When they were doing the prelim rounds, you just kept saying ad. Literally in between a hand raise, they go, ad. See this? Ad. Literally on a hand raise, they just waited for this. Ad. Didn't even care. This is an interesting thing for Ian Dabe because here, if he gets the pass too early, then he will not get the points. Meanwhile, Nick is trying to fish for this arm. So it's a little bit of a landmine situation. But Ian Dabe has been doing some other tournaments and some other opens. You get the sense he's pretty familiar with how these rules work. Now we're in points period. So now this is the opportunity. You want to take that body lock and start advancing. The key component is getting past Nick Hartman, who has proven throughout this tournament to be a force to be reckoned with. If we're just looking it up from Nick Hartman throughout this tournament, Nick Hartman has had some really impressive showings. And I want to just highlight the folks that he has beaten throughout this tournament. Nick Hartman from Zenith just came into this after beating Damon Ramos via submission. He beat Andrew Delaney via submission. And he beat the very, very game Evan Roseborough via score. So he had outpointed him there. Now, what's interesting is if you look at Ian Dabe, he is putting a lot of pressure for this pass, but it really, really needs to, body lock pass, almost there. Nick Hartman has enough time. He's looking for that Kimura. He does get it, and that's a reversed position. Ian Dabe spots it very quickly, now shoots himself back into the guard. Framed arms are put up to try and make sure he cannot pass. That's going to be the name of the game. If Ian Dabe can pass him, he will score those points. And it's almost as if he is inviting Hartman to stand back up. That might be a pass right there. If Ian Dabe can work to either take the back very quickly, Nick Hartman went to turtle. That is good enough to make sure you were at a nullified position that's not going to give an advantage one way or another. But you get the sense that Nick really wants to bait that pass so that he can take advantage of that Kimura grip. I felt like he was waiting for it. It seemed like it was a setup, and I wasn't wrong on that particular juncture. He tries again. Ian doesn't give it to him. 40 seconds are left there. He looks for it one more time. 37 seconds remain in regulation. Now he thinks he's got a leg. He's got a bite, but it's south. Ian he underhooks the leg, but that might not be enough. And wow, that is enough for him to get the submission. Ian Dabe is putting up his arms. I'm not quite clear on if that was a tap or if it was an injury. I mean, Ian's taking it all in. It might have been a verbal tap at that moment, so I'm not 100% sure of what happened. It might have just been an impulse reaction from him. Huh. It didn't even look like there was necessarily a sharp bite to that, but it might have been enough to trigger a reaction or a tap from Ian Dabe. I'll be honest with you, I was not expecting that. There was really short on time, about 20 seconds. Ian was close to getting, at the very least, overtime with Nick. But it goes to show that Nick was not somebody to be messed with this tournament. Not a big surprise for him. Just to run through some of the highlights from Ian Dabe. Basically, tech falled somebody yesterday. Torrey Brown, 16-0. Then gets the sub over Sean Lohman. Alfonso Caio gets the submission over him. And then in this final match, Nick Hartman got the submission over him. So that is setting up your final that is going to take place between Nick Hartman and Brandon Reed. We move on because Stefan Bonta, Benjamin Sutz, really good matches. Benjamin already looking for a submission right off the back, but Stefan going to work to attack the legs. Meanwhile, over on the other mat, you've got John Combs, friend of the show, against Achilles Rocha. John is a former ADCC Trials champion. He has been here before. It is a tough beat, but Achilles Rocha is somebody who has proven himself as a very, very, very tough competitor. We will see how that match goes. And Achilles might be in on a pass guard. But if you know anything about John Combs, he has a very strong guillotine. And he's trying to use that front headlock, if not to set up a guillotine, but to control Achilles, who's still continuing to drive off of that. Meanwhile, on the other side of the mats, Stefan Bonta putting everything in himself to try and get this knee line stuck. Ooh, for a split second, John Combs did have control of Achilles, but then lost it in transition, and Achilles thought he was going to be able to use that as an opportunity to pass. Doesn't quite have that on John Combs. Okay. Benjamin Sutz now is starting to slow down. Stefan Bonta might be on a back take. He's a little off. Combs and Achilles are going to get reset to the middle of the match. They're at 4:19 left on their time. I look on over to the side, and Stefan Bonta inching closer to a back take. He's good here. These would normally be points, but we're not at the points portion yet. So this is really just him fishing for a finish. He is not quite under the chin, but it looks pretty impressive, and that's going to get the tap for him. Congratulations in order to Stefan Bonta, who is going to advance to the finals in his division. Super, super impressive stuff here. Wow. Meanwhile, we're going to see who takes him on as we are watching this match between Achilles Rocha and John Combs. Achilles Rocha, John Combs, currently no points just yet. And I see a note here. This is from Toasted Dad, Ceviche. This is awesome. Thanks for covering trials. This is what I'm here for, my friend. I know not everybody has the money to buy Flow Grappling, a yearly pass. That's what we're trying to do. We want to give you guys all the coverage you can take. So that way, if you don't want to buy it, you can listen to me yap around and tell you exactly what the results are. I think they're resetting John Combs and Achilles. There was a slight confusion on if we were stopping or not. Jonathan Combs goes for a reap, doesn't have it. Achilles looks to take Combs' leg. And I have to admit to you, if there's one area you can really attack on John Combs, his leg attacks, it is where he's been caught by some high-level practitioners. It is a tough place to be. I know he has put in time with some of the folks at Zapatero, and that our good friend Josh LeDuc has definitely been working on the leg lock defense. And you've seen Combs use that as an important part of his game, but Combs just rushed the back take for a split second. And now Achilles could be in on a pass. Combs regards, looks to try and trap an arm, now goes over for the leg, now himself looking to attack there. Achilles has enough time to have a conversation with this corner over to the side. There's 2 minutes and 3 seconds left. It's not a lot of time, but Achilles here has a big opportunity to go up and get some points on John Combs, and a win over him would be pretty severe huge. For this reason, John Combs, a former trials winner. Achilles has secured a pass right now. That's going to give him 3 points, and they are waiting to secure those points. They have done so right now. There is a neon belly, which in this point system, is give and take here and there, but that just got him another 3 points. But I think those are inaccurate. I think they actually have to bring that down to 2. Yep, they just adjusted it because that neon belly should just be 2. John Combs trying to take advantage and hit this arm. He's bending it over to the side. He's looking for a submission here. I'm not sure that he's going to fully get that, but Achilles Rocha now read that very nicely. 1 minute and 4 seconds left to go. This could be another pass here if he is able to secure it in a very quick fashion, and I think he might have. That might bring him to 8-0 against John Combs. Achilles Rocha right now looking to advance. He will be taking on a very, very game competitor. So I can tell you this right now, if he ends up getting the bid, a very impressive match. Meanwhile, women are about to hit the mats. Mo Black versus Maka Vickers is going to be an excellent match. In my opinion, that in itself is a finals match. So you definitely want to stick around for that. That is happening over on mat number 2 in just a few seconds. Achilles Rocha is 15 seconds away from a big win over John Combs, who right now is just trying to get back up to his feet. Can't quite do it. Achilles Rocha with the body lock can't quite get any better than that, honestly. And a very exhausted John Combs is helped up by Heath the ref. John had a very good run this term. Let's go through some of the highlights for both these guys so far. John Combs in this tournament had several matches representing Zapatero top team. John Combs started his day with the bye, got a win over Declan Morrissey via submission, got a win over Jack Bidwell via submission, got a win over Henry Zachary via submission, only fall short here in the semifinals to Achilles Rocha via what essentially would be a tech fall 11-0. But I mean, definitely always somebody you want to root for and get excited to see out there. And it says, what is your call for biggest upsets so far? I'm going more top of mind, so I don't know that this is comprehensive, but I would say that Gavin Corbet over Gianni Grippo is pretty big. That's a pretty substantial win. Gianni Grippo had to be looked at as one of the favorites. So Corbe, I mean, he could sneak in there. He could win this whole thing. It's very difficult to say at this moment that these are stacked categories from here on out. Maka Vickers, Mo Black over on the left. On the right-hand side for us, Leilani Bernales and Taylor Ellis. So that should be very fun to watch. Also, not for nothing, I felt like the man who beat Jet Thompson, it's a strange last name. That was a pretty big spoiler there because I think Jet was close. Could have been a very interesting situation with Jet in that one. But we will see who advances there in just a second. As a reminder, you guys, if you like the show, like, comment, subscribe. Like, comment, subscribe. If you don't follow me on my channel, you can find me at Grappling Hour. So that is Grappling Hour. We do shows every single week, live, interviews, you name it. And likely some of the people that you see winning here today are going to be interviewed by us on the show. And one person out of the four was one of the best interviews we did in 2023. Mo Black, a favorite of the show, an excellent guest. We had a great conversation. And she is somebody who, if you ever do watch her, return on demand for excellence. Of course, she's taken on Maka Vickers, who had an excellent match over at the PGF finale. And this is a really excellent match. Maka Vickers is a standout from Kingsway Jiu-Jitsu, has excellent training, excellent work with Gordon and his crew out in Texas, and now is looking to try and get that underhook on the leg. Doesn't quite get it. That's going to give Mo a rare opportunity to not only take the back, but start addressing some major issues. Mo is working on that back. She's not quite at hooks yet, but even though we aren't at time, she is controlling Maka Vickers very well. And if I recall, Maka Vickers, when we interviewed her, she shot her shot. If I remember correctly, she said she wanted the smoke with Mo Black. She said she wanted a match with her, and you are getting that right now. That is the funnest part about doing this. In real time, you are seeing me remember that conversation because I definitely didn't have that in the chamber when I saw that matchup. I just said, oh, it's going to be a really good matchup. I wonder why I wanted to see it so bad. Oh, right. The guest herself told me she wanted that match and called her shot, and she was doing it respectfully. But right now, Mo Black is all over her. So it's not quite at the be careful what you wish for moments, but Mo Black is looking for a rear naked choke finish, and she is just short of points. They are now at points, and if she's smart, she could really put in that hook and already be up by 3 points. But from the look of it, I think Mo is smelling some blood in the water. I think this is a shark attacking somebody. I think she wants the submission finish. I think she wants this to be definitive. Hard part for me here is if you don't score and it is still 0-0, you do always leave it up for the opportunity for extra time or for us going into overtime. And that sometimes lets your opponent back into it. ADCC, notorious for taking their time to afford you those points. So it is a little bit of a risk, but I think Mo feels very confident about her game. We've spent so much time on the Maka Vickers and Mo Black match. We unfortunately have not given any attention to the Leilani Bernales and Taylor Ellis match, which already looks like a barn burner in itself. You can see Taylor Ellis is on a body triangle looking to secure a rear naked choke finish. She is a very quick and very vicious with this, and there is a lot of movement from Leilani Bernales, who was able to get out of it. So they return back over, but that's going to give Taylor Ellis 3 points right now. So she is ahead 3-0 against Bernales. Bernales now has to put in some work with 1 minute and 28 seconds. And what's great about both of these matches, they are literally right back-to-back on times. Mo Black, though, still no points. So why was that prominent? Well, when Mo Black was working to attack Maka Vickers' back, she didn't have a hook in. She had one hook in and a second foot that was kind of hanging right around the waist. Why is that important? Because if it's about 301 and you bring that hook on the inside, not to say she would get it, but if you bring that hook to the inside and you weight it out appropriately, then you are truly playing ADCC points, because now you run the risk of her going into overtime. And it could be, I can't speak for Mo, it could be that she feels so confident she can beat her in any way, shape, or form, be it stand-up, overtime, whatever rule set it needs to be. It is just, I always think of it like this. If you can, score those points. If you can't, you're going to overtime, and maybe you've got great wrestling. But right now, Mo Black might have heard me say that, got a little bit offended because she's close again on these. These should be points. And I can't see if the second hook is in because she's trying to get this rear naked choke finish, and the timer is already offset. So it should be finished here. And nobody is thrown in, and the ref now observes and realizes it. And the ref was able to give her the 3 points toward the very end. So let me just say this. Do you know how impressive it is with 15 seconds left in your match in ADCC rules to be able to get points? Mo Black is that competitor. Congratulations to her. She will be facing Taylor Ellis, who also picked up her win over on the right-hand side of the mats on mat number 3. That's going to be an incredible match. I mean, Maka Vickers, respect for her to wanting to call out Mo Black. Today was not going to be the day that she was going to beat her. But if you've watched Maka Vickers, you know she's incredibly talented. She has very good skill. I mean, she is off to the races. But let's just look at Mo Black real quick. Let's look at what she has accomplished throughout this run before we get the next boys on up here. And just to let you know, it's Jonathan Blank versus Matt Cantwell, Hasnat Raza versus Sean Yadamarco on the other side. Here's Mo Black's journey. She started with a bye, ended up with a sub against Caitlin Downs. Then, essentially, tech-falled Adriana Gutwowska at 9-0 in a winning score predicament. Then, against Cholena Horn, had a submission against her, and on Maka Vickers beats her 3-0. So Mo Black, Taylor Ellis is going to be the next match that you are going to see. But that's not happening yet. Those finals are coming up very, very soon. Taylor Ellis, of course, representing Simple Man Jiu-Jitsu. All right, on the left-hand side, Matt Cantwell and Jonathan Blank. John Blank, you know, seemingly has taken a little bit of a break. We haven't seen him as much, but he is a former Combat Jiu-Jitsu competitor, EBI competitor, and now you're seeing him just return to form. He's a savage. He has his own school, perhaps concentrating a lot on that, but it is a welcome return, and he is looking for this heel. Yeah, he's definitely looking to finish this one very quickly and go to the finals. Matt Cantwell has been a very game competitor. Let's look at Matt Cantwell's journey as we watch, I think, Jonathan Blank trying to work for a pass. Meanwhile, Sean Yadamarco trying to control his opponent, looking for a guillotine. Doesn't quite have it. Still maintains the control. Reversal of fortune here. Cantwell now on the offensive. Jonathan Blank on the ground. Yadamarco looking to try and get the momentum to come on the upside. But Hasnat Raza, pretty game. Pretty fun. Doing an excellent job of putting the pressure on him. Now has him on his, on his hip, trying to get back up and upright. Okay, so we're seeing the beginnings of already a pretty good match between these two gents. But I have to tell you guys, there is a lot of time on both of these matches. 407 on the Cantwell and Blank match, 420 on the Hasnat and Sean Yadamarco match. Cantwell. All right, Matt Cantwell representing System maybe on the outside right now because that is a heel hook from Jonathan Blank. Had it short up, is losing it. Meanwhile, man, Hasnat Raza is just really putting it on Sean Yadamarco right now. Very impressive play by both of those gentlemen. So I'll ask you guys, if you think of there being a better upset, please let me know. I think Jonathan Blank kind of thought he had gotten a finish here, let it go. Now he's on a heel hook. That should be enough right here. I think that's going to get a verbal tap from Matt Cantwell. But let's talk a little bit about Matt Cantwell's tournament. Matt Cantwell had a submission win over Justin Jimenez, had a win over Luke Shamos on a scoring aspect. Enrico Beltran beat him by score, representing Wagner Rocha's gym, and then beat Kevin Crane. So Matt Cantwell has had a very, very good tournament. Unfortunately, his day comes to an end. Jonathan Blank will be going to the finals for his opportunity at ADCC. And it looks like right now they're resetting Sean Yadamarco and Hasnat Raza. We are now in the points portion of the tournament for those gentlemen. So this is very, very important. We'll see who is going to take on Jonathan Blank. I think Sean has a bite. He was looking at the leg, uses it as some bait, might be using it as a pass. Hasnat immediately responds very nicely in turtle. That's opening up the neck for Sean Yadamarco. That might be enough. He brings over a leg. It is tight, but Hasnat is really trying to bring his neck back on out. He's stuck in the position for a split second. That's going to give Sean Yadamarco some excellent grip fighting here to get back on top. He's using it as an opportunity to get to mount, and Hasnat doing an excellent series of blocks that won't firmly give Sean Yadamarco the mount that he wants for the points that he needs. But right now, Sean Yadamarco putting in extra emphasis to get some extra emphasis for that guillotine. Doesn't quite have it. A minute 41 remains. It is still 0-0 between those two gentlemen. Let us go ahead and look and see if you guys have any comments, questions, concerns. Hit me up in the comment section. I would love to hear what you guys are enjoying about this broadcast. Hasnat races forward, doesn't quite get past. Looked for an opportunity to find it on the outside. He's going to switch sides. Sean stops him with the outside left foot. Now that we're here, these two gentlemen really, it's getting to that big, big race to see who can get some kind of points, who can get some kind of submission. And for a split second, Sean, very, very slick with his back take here, but doesn't quite have the back take. Once again, returns to a front headlock. Let's talk a little bit about Sean Yadamarco's journey thus far in. Sean has had an incredible journey thus far on this tournament. That is almost a pass. That is, I can't tell if I think he's still stuck in that half guard. But if he passes here, that would be points on Sean Yadamarco, who very, very quickly gets back to a neutral position, still 0-0. It looks like this one is going to go into overtime right now. Wow, for a split second. Has that almost in that mount position, almost to a back take here, but time expires, so they go to overtime. I do think you are seeing the tournament wear on Sean Yadamarco. This is a grueling tournament. You have tons of matches. We were just going to go through his his tournament, but it's exhausting. And I think what you were just seeing there was either him recognizing he needs to kind of catch his breath before he goes to this overtime, which is really going to pull it out of him. But I think you're seeing a very fatigued Sean Yadamarco. And I think Hasnat senses that. So this is all grime. Now, here's the wild thing about Sean Yadamarco. He has been somebody who's competed in heavy ADCC time rules, which nothing new to him. But he's also done submission-only, no time limit matches. This is a guy who knows what grind is. He has been in one of those situations where it's been an hour-plus long match, and he is one of those guys in the gym who does challenge matches. I've seen him in crazy scenarios, so it's not that he doesn't have the heart. It is just sometimes your body is so spent. Like, you do make your way throughout this whole tournament being exhausted. There's 220 left to go in this match. So let's go through Sean Yadamarco's journey. Started with a bye, got a big win, knocking out Jacob Howarth, and with fashion, by the way, on that one. Essentially got him, put him to sleep. Avery Brooks gets a ref's decision over him. Then a little bit later, picks up a win via score over Zach Galea. And then Alec Balding got the win over him. That put him in this match right now. And it's a little tricky. Sean's now controlling him with a little bit of a side front headlock. And I think he wants to slow him down. And it's interesting because now, if you look at this overtime period, this might be considered control. I'm not quite sure. I mean, he's not, Hasnat was able to move a lot, and stuffing that on him could be problematic, but Hasnat really goes back. That did open up an arm for a split second. Sean saw it, thought about it. Hasnat swipes at the leg. There's 125 left to go. This is, I think Sean overheard something. I think they were saying to stop. He was reading it well, but for a split second, it just looked like he was not with us on this earth. 120 left to go. A push and a shove by Hasnat. Little game of mercy. He looks for an opening, doesn't have it. Sean Yadamarco still standing very upright. Another game of half game of mercy. Hasnat thought he would be able to advance. Shoots in. He may be in closer for a takedown here, but in an overtime period, something like this is incredibly important. Has a waist lock here. Tries to bring him down. Sean Yadamarco, Granby's out of it, but now he's going to have a back control. He's trying to get one hook in. Has that very close. Very, very close to getting a second hook in. He's trying to ride that. So even if he doesn't get the points here, you do get the sense that Hasnat will pick up the referee decision. Sean Yadamarco under fire. 30 seconds left to go in this overtime period. Sean tries to spin on out, looking for any kind of connection, an arm, a leg, anything to grab here. Doesn't have it. It's 19 seconds left to go. He is looking for something. He's grabbing part of that foot, but that's really just stopping the extra points. He has a leg here. He thought about grabbing it on the side, doesn't quite have it. Hasnat now returning it, using it more for a wrestling grip, and that's going to give him more control. It's not going to give any exposure on the back, but Hasnat has to feel good about his chances here. Sean Yadamarco puts the hands up, but I think you are more than likely looking at Hasnat Raza making his way to the finals. We will keep you updated on that in a second, but in the meantime, if you like what you see here, a like, a comment, a subscribe wherever you're watching. It can go a very far way. Much love and appreciation. To those of you who are sticking around with us, if this is your first few seconds watching us on this broadcast, hello, welcome. We hope you're liking it. We're making our way through all the semifinals before we see some finals happening here. We have the referee about to do the decision, and Sean Yadamarco pulled off the win. Wow. I mean, here's what I could say. Sean is a friend of the show. I'm not sure I agree, but I would like to know the context. Because if the context is for the duration of the match, meaning from start to finish, you might have a better argument. But if we're talking just from the overtime, I think you would be hard-pressed to give Sean Yadamarco the win on that one. Just from the overtime. If you're talking about the actual match itself, I did see Sean putting in some efforts to get a few of those submission attempts. But the overtime, I'm not sure I'm on the same page. You guys can tell me if you feel differently. That is probably one of the more surprising decisions I think there's been thus far in. I don't know that I would call it an upset because Sean Yadamarco's pedigree is pretty high, but as a wild, wild end result there. All right, we move on now. Jacob Bourneman versus Cameron Hurd. So Bourneman was the one that got the win over Cam Hurd a little bit earlier. Has been having a very solid match now. Bourneman is also somebody who represents Pedigo, submission, fighting, so he should be a good dance partner. It looked like he was trying to attack the leg of Cam Hurd, doesn't quite have it. 5:29 left in that match. Meanwhile, Michael Sains versus Nick Mattia. That's also a very fun match to keep eyes on. Both of these guys have had some very interesting journeys to get here. Let's go through a little bit of their journeys while we have here a second. Cam Hurd, a true dog, has been all around this tournament. He has been a presence at all the ADCCs, and he has a hell of a dance partner on this one. Let's talk through some highlights for Cam Hurd. His journey here has been a submission win over Anthony Salisbury, a score win over Eric Sintak, a referee's decision over Nicholas Creighton, a big series of points against Jake Strauss, then a very close win over Colby Gonzalez in his last match. Yes, we did point out this is the semifinals. So right now we are in the semifinals for the 77 kg category. So very, very tense match there. 4:20 left on that match. Michael Sands and Nick Mattia. We'll get to them in a second, but I want to give a second to Jacob's journey here. Jacob has also had a very interesting journey on this broadcast for the past day and so. So he started off with a bye. His first win came as a 11-0 tech win, if you would, over Joseph Indelico. Then Enrique Gozara lost to him via points. A little bit later, Shanti Cerdas lost to him via points. Then a little bit later, picked up a big win over Jet Thompson, and that was an interesting one because it came down to the wire on that one. And what we might have missed a little bit earlier, I was wondering if Max Hansen had made it, but I forgot. Max Hansen ended up coming up short in a 0-0. Oh, man. This is an interesting, tense bout. All right, guys. These are some very testy times, you guys. Over on the left-hand side, Michael Sands and Nick Mattia. Let's go over Michael's journey because Michael's had a very, very interesting series of matches. If you guys have been paying attention, he has been representing this entire time, of course, Simple Man Martial Arts. And speaking of which, hold on. I just want to pause here for a split second because underneath Michael Sains is trying to attack this leg. He's looking, I think, to reap on over. Meanwhile, over on the right-hand side, he's got it. That is a knee bar. That is close. I think Mattia is trying to get his leg free from there. They're going to reset them back to the center of the mats. Okay. It's very interesting to see this game of inches that's happening between the two of them, or the two different sets of matches, because over on my left-hand side, we've got a very tight guard passing game between the two of them that is really intense. And then over on the right-hand side, you've got Jacob Borman and Cam Hurd. That's all stand up and very, very close. And you do see right now, Borman is trying to press the action. They almost make their way, not from the two mats that they're at, all the way over to the action with Michael Sains and Nick Mattia. And on this particular action, there is what looks like could be points here for, I think right now, Michael Sains. So hold on. Nick Mattia, yeah, he is in danger. So that is a body triangle. So there's 2 points that they gave him right now. Meanwhile, Jacob Borman thought that he might have a waist lock over on Cam Hurd. So he has the backside of Cam Hurd in turtle. So Cam just needs to be very careful here on where he moves next. Borman is looking to try and get a hook in and advance that position. So Michael Sains is ahead 3-0. 3-0. I think Michael Sains is close to advancing. Cam Hurd and Borman might be looking at some overtime, though. Jacob did beat Jet, yes. All right, the two of those boys kind of look at each other. They recognize this is a dance. They might be in for that long haul. But Michael Sains, with 3 points, might be doing it. He sticks out his tongue. I think he knows that he has advanced to the next round. Congratulations are in order for Michael Sains, who will now wait to find out if he is taking on Jacob Borman or Cam Hurd. But with the 3-0 finish, that is going to secure him a spot in that finale. All right, Cam Hurd, Jacob Borman, about to go into some overtime here. It's probably going to be more of the same. These guys have been going back and forth. Game of slight mercy. Cam Hurd, we're going to see what his gas tank looks like. This has been a tough, tough match. You saw on the inside, for a split second, Jacob was able to touch the inside thigh. That's usually when you get a little bit more for the wrestlers. Who can get the advantage there? Cam shoves him off. 2 minutes, 30 seconds left to go in this overtime period for both of these gentlemen. Cam Hurd trying to get some kind of collar, some kind of dig here. Nothing doing just yet. Cam almost saw an entry there. Didn't quite take it, but he definitely feinted and changed levels. And that did shock and show that Jacob was a step behind just in that exchange. But this is really close, because if you've been watching the way that Jacob's been going, Jacob is really down to clown. Oh, almost reverses it. Almost has Cam. They get back to a neutral position now. He tries to jump for a split second, misses his timing. They're going to recenter them back on over to the mats. This has been an excellent game of inches happening on the mats. This is reminiscent of when you saw Jacob Howarth and Cam Hurd at the PGF. They put on a show for the entire audience. And that is what is happening over on mat number 3. So if you guys are watching there right now along with us, or you're a part of that audience, you are getting a great return on demand. Cam might have slipped here. That might have given an opportunity to Jacob Borman. Now Jacob holding on the waist from that turtle position. Cam has a very short amount of time to work. It is, again, a game of inches. You don't want to overspend where you are playing from here. But Cam's got to get up, and he's got to make sure he doesn't allow any of these hooks to happen. I think he's maybe gearing up for a Granby or to take it on over from the side. And now, not indulging any part of that. Cameraman needs to zoom out. Good Lord. Okay, now we're staying with the action. And you are seeing both of these boys being exhausted in their way. And if you're Cam, I think you're a little more under the gun. I think you've seen a couple waist locks from that turtle position with Jacob in the behind position. That might give an audience or referee a little bit more of a feeling that you were the one advancing the position. Cam, exhaustedly throws Jacob Borman just to the side. He has 26 seconds. We will see if either of these gentlemen can sway the judges with these last few seconds of action. But this has been back and forth. Cam swipes, can't quite touch the leg. Now almost baits Borman to come in and attack him and almost wants to counter off of that. Borman, it's just literally paws being thrown at one another. Oh, he does get down just 1 second here on a single little moment. Swipes him down. It is going to come down to the referees. And it looks like we already have our decision. Cam puts up his hands. And it looks like Weird Al, he does make the announcement. Congratulations are in order to Jacob Borman, who will continue to the finals. What an incredible run by Cam Hurd. Friend of the show, beast, incredible competitor, and of course, Matt Cam number 3 is dead. No, this is why we can't have nice things here, people. I hate when these things happen. Okay, they got the camera back up. Good. All right, we are going down to the negative 55 kilogram women's category. There's Annabella Junko and Valerie Wong happening on one side, and Anna Mayordomo versus Danielle Kelly on the other side. So those are the things that are going on today, my friends. Hope that you guys are entertained and enjoying this. If you are enjoying this broadcast, I would love it if you'd like, comment, and subscribe. You can check me out at the Grappling Hour, and that is at YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, everything, X. I don't know if you guys call it that. I don't call it that. We're also on Kick. Is that a thing? Do you guys like that one? I have no idea if this is actually up on LinkedIn too. I think I pressed the button to put it on LinkedIn. Who knows if that actually came to Ruiz. But I want to point this out a little bit earlier with Michael Sains getting the win and doing some incredible things. When does EBI start? Going to roll right into that after trials. I don't know. I think EBI starts at 5 p.m. and I haven't really decided what I'm doing on that. It's likely I'm just going to break this stuff down and we'll talk about it on the show this week. This week is also a production week for me, so I need to, as soon as this is done, essentially get back on producing Subversive, which is a beast. It is a beast into itself. So we'll see. Anyway, guys, there is a closed guard that is happening right now from, I believe it's Anna Mayordomo. That's happening. And you see Danielle Kelly on top. Meanwhile, right-hand side, Valerie Wong looking to pass the guard of Annabella Junko. But she is in half guard currently. And we'll see if she's able to move that forward. I don't think Valerie Wong really cares whether it's points or not. She just definitely wants to move in advance to get to a submission here. But if I would remember this, you're asking how. I'm not sure which how, Toasted Ceviche. Let me know what you mean by how and what you are referring to on that one. I thought we went through the results if it was how did he win, but we can go through those again if need be. Nonetheless, my friends, you guys are very welcome in this world. Appreciate you guys for coming along and joining on this journey. We have been so happy to have you guys join us for a very long weekend here, doing all of the matches one by one. And if memory serves me right, before we do finals, I think they have to do third place matches. So maybe our day isn't done as early as I thought it was. First split second, I was like, we're going early. And then all of a sudden I was like, oh wait, we need third places, don't we? So I think we're going to see third place matches coming up a little bit later, but more on that in a second. In the meantime, we are seeing over on the Valerie Wong Annabella Junko match. Not quite a pass yet. Continued work on that. Meanwhile, Danielle Kelly still working from inside the guard of Anna Mayordomo, and Anna Mayordomo doing a good job of breaking down the posture, though, so props to her for that. Annabella Juco still trying to keep as much of Valerie Wong from passing, although there's now a hook on the inside of that thigh to where the knee is that might help her start tripoding up that knee up and out. Not quite there, but we are at points now. So if Valerie Wong does pass the guard at that point, that will give her exactly what she needs to do. So we're in a good space here for most of the day. It's been a very, very interesting series of matches throughout this broadcast, honestly. And these have been tight matches, very, very close opportunities. Let's go through some of the highlights for the ladies. Danielle Kelly, a standout in the world of jiu-jitsu. Let's see what she has been able to do. She is currently competing out of Kingsway, but she got a submission win over Paige Landry, then gets another submission win over Ashley Marisol, then got a points win over Veronica Rimko that brought her to now. Meanwhile, if we are looking at Anna's journey, Anna gets to this semifinal match as follows. Representing Kingsway as well, she was able to get a submission win over Sofia Trevino Contreras, then Madison Porcelli, and now that brings her to a match against fellow teammate one Danielle Kelly. On the other side, Valerie Wong, a standout, somebody who's done excellent work all in the realm, a decorated champion in her own right, is still not past the guard, but just been putting on pressure this entire time. And if you're looking at her game, Annabella has done a very successful job of making sure she just can't let her pass. Sticking close. Now we're looking at both these ladies on the Danielle Kelly and Anna Mayordomo match, just looking for any kind of submission. Danielle Kelly trying to sneak in something here. Looked for the leg, looked for the arm. May have a leg now. That's going to give her an opportunity. She's going to look to triangle that and attack that leg. She brings a nice grip over it, triangles the legs over. It's almost that top part of her leg on the inside of Anna Mayordomo. It's just basically breaking down the posture, almost looking like you would normally break down somebody with that grip. Oh, I thought for a split second we were looking at a tap, but that wasn't a tap. That was just a grip. Okay, and they stand back up. That's going to have Anna. No wonder she was working so hard. Anna is ahead by 2 points. Danielle Kelly is just on the brink of being eliminated here. And Anna has 1 penalty, so that's still not going to be enough. You would need to see a submission here from Danielle Kelly. And Anna Mayordomo is going to continue on in the tournament. They give each other a nice hug, and that is going to end the tournament for Danielle Kelly. Meanwhile, it looks like they're on overtime for the Valerie Wong and Annabella Junko match. The winner of that will take on Anna Mayordomo. So, good stuff all around, you guys. This has been a very, very tense match. Valerie still on top. So, no points really afforded or ascribed here, but an interesting journey nonetheless. Still 155 left to go there. Katie Bohanec goes over, gives a nice hug to Anna Mayordomo. Good to see her there. It was good to catch up with Katie over at CJI. She's a blast. And I think that Valerie's going to probably do enough to get that in the judges' heads that she should advance. So the referees, the judges are about to come to a decision here in about a minute's time. And in this regulation period, I think you saw her being pretty dominant, even if she wasn't advancing. But her day went as follows, or her weekend has gone as follows. She was able to get scoring wins over Cindy Ung, Juliana Weaver, and Bree Stick. Those wins brought her to this. Meanwhile, Annabella, her journey, not completely different. She's coming to us from Miami, Alpha Miami Grappling. She had a score win over Taylor Palmas, then a submission win over Terry Romero, a points win over Claire Butterfield. Sorry, a friend just messaged me and told me I need to do something, which I don't know that they're wrong, but I definitely see. 13 seconds left here for Valerie Wong. I think she's probably going to pick it up. And I think you're going to see her versus Mayordomo in the final. I mean, she's definitely putting heat on this high elbow guillotine. Doesn't get the submission win, but holds her hand up high. So Las Vegas' very own Valerie Wong likely getting it done here. We've been wrong, though. Let's be very clear. We did get one of these pretty wrong. And I mean, I'm not even unhappy about it. I like Sean. So I feel like that was happy that our friend got to advance. I don't know that I fully agreed with that decision. So you guys, again, you can tell me differently. We're going to run into Sean at some point, I'm sure. And we'll have those discussions. Remember, likes, comments, subscribes, all those good things. They go a long way to helping us here on this show. And if you are enjoying this, we really love it if you guys let us know what you are enjoying. It has been a fantastic broadcast. Well, not broadcast, but competition. The broadcast needs help. Let's be very clear. Especially the fact that we're paying for it. And we saw like 12,000 ads. This is terrible ads, by the way. All right, let's go ahead and take this off. You know, Tostad Ceviche, I still was waiting for you to tell me how. I'm not sure we ended up going any further. If you're still here. All right, they're waiting for the results, and that's taking, honestly, longer than I thought it was going to take. Because they haven't done an advancement yet. So some of you may be a little bit more ahead of me on your broadcast, but I've seen other matches get decided much quicker than this. Whatever reason, this is very slow. And I don't know that for Annabella, I have enough evidence to see that she was the one leading that dance. I saw that she did an incredible job with her guard. I think that she was really, really impressive all the way throughout her tournament. As we mentioned, you know, she picked up some solid score wins over Claire Butterfield and Taylor Palmas. Even a submission over Terry Romero, but I don't know. I can't justify her getting a nod over Valerie. So, okay, does this then go into their comprehensive tournament? Like, this is the part that I am not fully aware of. Valerie Wong looking incredibly nervous right now. And I don't know that I would feel any different, especially if I felt like I was pretty dominant throughout that match. Pretty sure I'd be on the side being like, no, I won that, right? That is fascinating. I'm texting a friend, and I do mean this. Nothing gives me more anxiety than, wait for it, bad interviews. Take that however you want. Okay, we have a result. Yeah, it's Valerie. I don't know why that took so long. And hey, man, shout out Annabella Junko's freaking guard, man. That was, it's impressive. I just didn't think there was that much debate necessary for that one. That's just me. All right, friends, we have so much more to get through today. And you know what's great is we're going to see some friends making their way to the gym, doing some, oh, God. I can tell you this right now. If you're texting me about Ben Askren, I'm not going to read it. Like, I don't care. I'm happy he's better. That's, like, bar none. That's amazing. Oh, boy. All right. It looks like we are about to see some additional semifinals. These are about to be really good. Gavin Corbett and Keith Krikorian. Gavin Corbett and Keith Krikorian. This is going to be a very fun match. Keith is an incredible talent, a former ADCC Trials champion, and if I recall correctly, aside from Dorian, they are the two remaining. No, Mo has done it too. Previous Trials champions. So we don't have a lot of them left. But Dorian's won a Trials. Keith has won a Trials. And for Dorian and Reese Lefevre, this is teammate versus teammate. So this is tough. You get the sense, though, that they gave Dorian a very solid seed, being a previous winner and an incredible talent. So very happy about that. But on the other side, I love seeing Keith go back to work. Gavin Corbett has been on an incredible run. Very much have appreciated him going to do his fantastic work as a grappler on this tournament. But this is one of the rare times, like, I'm definitely going to interview, or at least offer to interview, anybody who does win this or feels good about winning it. But Keith is a longtime friend of the show, and I don't think any of us would be hard-pressed to say that we would love to see him repeat and do it again. But we admit our biases. We tell you that right up front. I don't know that everybody does that. So get excited for that here, friend. Gavin Corbett trying to bring out one of the legs of Keith Krikorian. Doesn't quite have it. Reese Lefevre in a little bit of danger here. Dorian Oliveras tried to drag him down. Reese finds his way back on up. Gavin Corbett trying to attack the leg of Keith Krikorian, who now has an opportunity to attack his leg. Keith slows him down a little bit, now working to pass. Gavin Corbett is right back up on it. Meanwhile, Dorian Alvarez in on a takedown, combines the legs, reminiscent of one Khabib Nurmagomedov, and gets pushed away with some excellent frames by Reese Lefevre. Excellent work there by him. Meanwhile, that might have been a pass here by Gavin Corbett. He just shot past him. Oh, man. Dorian Alvarez has so much power to him that even the mere thought of him racing after you makes Reese Lefevre lose his balance right there. Meanwhile, Gavin Corbett once again looking for the exposed heel of Keith Krikorian, who actually not only no-sold that, but used that as an opportunity to go back and re-attack him. Keith was looking for a reshot on Gavin Corbet. 340 approximately in both of these matches left to go. Ooh, my goodness. All right, Dorian Alvarez controlling the neck, lets it go, and side swipes. Uses it. Excellent quickness. I mean, such speed to Dorian's movement. All right. Back to leg spaghetti with Keith and Gavin Corbet. 2 minutes, 58 seconds. Now we're back into the points predicaments for these gentlemen. Let's talk a little bit about Gavin Corbet's journey at this tournament. I think Gavin's in on a heel hook right now. Keith has to be very careful. Gavin has time on this. And Gavin gets the heel hook finish on Keith Krikorian. Does a little bit of a dance, and I got to be honest with you, I would be dancing too. What an incredible moment for Gavin Corbet. Keith nods his head, knows that was a big moment for Gavin Corbet, gives him his props. Definitely heartbreaking for him, but an incredible, incredible performance. Let's talk about Gavin Corbet's run. All right, Gavin Corbet started his day yesterday by beating Dominic Lobo, already off to the races. Incredible. Then gets a submission over Ames Michael Hovker. Then gets a submission on Aaron Carbo. Then gets a submission over Diego Ortiz. Then beats Gianni Grippo by points. We had just talked about it when I said a little bit earlier who was the big spoiler. I really did feel like Gavin Corbet beating Gianni Grippo was big. We did allude to it a little bit earlier. He could win the whole thing. If you're looking over on the left side of the screen, though, he has a big, big task in front of him because Dorian Oliveras is putting pressure on Reese Lefevre. Now, granted, there's not points per se, but I think Dorian's feeling very confident about his ability to get a submission here. He brings that hook in. Reese Lefevre giving up part of his neck to try and fight off that foot, but that may be giving him the points that he needs. That is going to be enough for, I think, time for him to hold with the hooks. Reese is keeping a real big eye on those points. He is blocking off every one of the hook attempts, but that is going to give him the 3. So those 3 points right now for Reese Lefevre. No, that should be for Dorian. I don't know why we gave those points the wrong way. Those 3 points for Dorian Oliveras are going to be critical. That will likely mean you are going to see Dorian Oliveras versus Gavin Corbet, which is going to be a hell of a match. Wow, that is going to be an incredible final. All right, Reese Lefevre, 2-0 match right now. So they have it scored the wrong way. I think they just, I think right now Dorian Oliveras is like, bro, those were my 3 points. Yep, switch them back the other way, please. However, if you're Reese Lefevre, the Lefevre dream you probably have when you're under duress and thinking, I'll take those 3 points. I mean, I didn't get them, but I welcome them, please. So good match. Good match, boys. It's a good time to remind you guys, you can like, comment, and subscribe to my channels. I have very many of them. The first of which is obviously going to be the Grappling Hour. You can find us at YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Instagram, all of those different places at Grappling Hour. You can also follow me at The Bullpen Live on Instagram. That is the joint account between myself and Tim Freeman. We do a lot of good work, I think, and we would love it if you guys check us out regularly. What's up, Wrecking Machine 155? Good to see you, brother. What's up, Rafael Jimenez? What's up, Terry Cheryl? Mama Cheryl coming in to say hi. Appreciate y'all. So it looks like right now they might be taking a short little siesta. But I would imagine coming up right now is going to be, I think we do third place matches, and then I think we do the finale for each one. So we'll have 8 matches for the finals coming up, and they will do those ones, to my recollection, solo mats. But let's go through a few things first. I want to go over Keith Krikorian's run because Keith's the homie. You know we love him. All right, Keith Krikorian. This was Keith Krikorian's run at this year's trials. Keith started his day yesterday with a win over Justin Gonzalez. Then a submission win, second submission win over Aaron Romero. Then another submission win over Emilio Hernandez. Beats Alex Vasquez by points. Then beats Rafa Ferreira by points. And in that last match, gets submitted by Gavin Corbet, who, I mean, momentum is with him right now. If there's ever been a chance you have against Dorian Oliveras, that is a very, very good place to be. So I think it'll be a good match either way. I'll be honest with you. I think right now we're kind of in the mode of rooting for a Gavin Corbet. I think this kid, like his brother, just had major success winning $100,000. And his brother told me that he didn't want to admit to his parents that he wasn't at his job. A few weeks later, then mentioned on an interview or a little bit that they did with Craig Jones that he was calling his mom and telling him he was quitting his job. And if you know anything about parents, they like to know that you're going to be okay. There is no such thing as being okay in the world of grappling as a professional grappler. You are literally telling your family, so this thing that gives me guaranteed money to go work, yeah, I'm not going to do that anymore. That is terrifying. So him and his brother now venturing on their own, going out, living their lives, doing something incredibly tough like this. I very much do root for them and their journey on that. So that's part one. Let's go over and talk a little bit about Dorian's. Dorian has been so dominant. Dorian Oliveras, obviously representing for Kingsway as well. This was his journey yesterday. A submission over Bernardo. Submission over Sebastian Seagraves. Submission, nope, that was a score win. 3-0 over Cameron Melao. Then James Ortiz gets submitted by him. Julian Espinoza gets submitted by him. And then Reese Lefevre falls short on points to him in that match, 3-0. So, your final, Dorian Oliveras, Gavin Corbet. That should be one to watch, y'all. But I'm telling you this as a longtime friend of grappling. These matches, you get excited for it, but you have to remember one thing. Only one person gets to go to ADCC for sure. And that is the person who wins in just the men's. The women's, they got a weird thing. It's so backwards because they tell you it's because of the numbers. They don't have enough numbers for the women. Yet, there's just about as many men in the 99 plus category. And they get an automatic bid. Eek. So, anyway, I digress. A problem for another time. But nonetheless, I would tell you this. Very interested to see how these brackets are going to play out right now. So let's look and see what we can tell you. We just saw on the women's side a few of these matches, but I'm going to walk you through the finals. So in this next match, I think it's coming up next. We'll see if that is the actual progression. Mayordomo versus Wong. So representing Kingsway, Anna Mayordomo picking up a win over teammate Danielle Kelly is going to go up against Valerie Wong, who is a champion multiple times over. She's definitely been one to watch. Very excited about that. In the under 65 kilogram category, you are about to see Mo Black representing Tabula Jiu-Jitsu going up against Ellis, and she is representing Simple Man Martial Arts. So that is what is happening on that side. We already talked about the under 65 and the under 55. Now we're going to make our way over to the plus 65. On that one, you've got Natalie Levesque versus Matalon. And that's an interesting match into itself. That is what is happening on the female side. Let's talk about the men's categories. We did just talk a little bit about the smaller weight categories, but I want to bring some attention to the following. The first place bout is going to take place between Nick Hartman and Brandon Reed. So it was close. Ian Dabe it looked like he was putting on pressure on Hartman, and Hartman's had a pretty good week. Hartman got a submission over Ramos, who looked pretty tough throughout the tournament. Got a submission over Delaney. Got a submission over... No, didn't submit. Took a score win over Evan Rosebrow. So I thought that Hartman looked like somebody who was going to be difficult to stop. It's proven true thus far in. Hartman right in contention. Brandon Reed beating Amir Alam. Looking good. What's up, Bradley Gonzalez? Yo, when are you coming back to the gym? Fool, you better be showing up. It's been too long. This dude promised, he was like, oh, I'm going to come back. I'm going to roll. I haven't seen him since. It's like when somebody signs off on a controller. Oh, good Lord. I've seen some notes. I've missed a few of these. So Gavin beating Keith is shocking. Not this week. I feel like Gavin's been on a good run. And it says, Gavin and Dorian finna dance, y'all. Let's go. That's good. And it says, I seen little Jacob beat Max. Thank you for that one, Shay Green. Okay, Chris, you put up a question to me. Let me address this for you. It says, any thoughts on why trials were much lighter this year? Feels like a fair amount of the names we're used to seeing opted not to compete. 77, 88, and 99 had a lot of the usual guys missing for sure. I think they're at a place now because the ante is higher at other organizations. They're like, invite me or don't. Like, you don't pay me as much as some of these other opportunities. Pay me a fair wage or I'm cool not doing this. I think that comes from a little bit of hubris. I think that comes from years of them saying, we're the show, we're the premier show. And they might still well be the premier tournament, but they're not the premier show. I think we've seen other shows do a better job than ADCC. The strength of ADCC has always been the bracket and the athletes. It's not been the drumming. It's not been the fireworks. It's not been misspending tons of money on production. It's mostly been that. There really hasn't been a broadcast of ADCC that I've seen that have been like, damn, look at that production. I just go like, okay, that's a lot of money. They spent money. I can see that. But I don't know that it's been well spent. Let's put it that way, especially when you consider how other sports produce it. If you're an athlete and you say, oh, if I go to Craig Jones and I get paid the maximum amount you could win in ADCC, and they're not budging on that. Or they say like, hey, we will pay you a little bit, but we're not going to say how much. There's a lot of unknown properties. I still think you're going to see a pretty big number of people doing West Coast, but I feel for the investment you have to make, people feel other things are more attainable now. I think they feel like, oh, I could just go get on UFC BJJ. I think that's a bigger dream. Or, oh, I could try to get on some of these other cards where I can make maybe a fraction of it, but for far less effort and camp and work. But part of the reason why we brought it up on our show specifically is it's 45% less people. Legitimately think about that. 45% less individuals from ADCC Trials 2023 to ADCC Trials 2025 for the East Coast region. 45% less signed up. I don't know. I don't know if it's a marketing thing. I don't know if it's this economy thing. But if you're any other business, you are probably under the microscope. Let's put it that way. If you were in charge of that. So I don't know how a lot of people in our sport have thoughts about like the WNBA, but we don't have our shit together. It's like, oh, look at them. They can't get their shit together. It's like, I don't know, man. WNBA has a much stronger product and year to year has grown their product. Whereas in our sport, we can't do shit. Like, God bless if we look like we have some of our shit together. We just don't. So yeah, that's kind of how I feel in terms of us trying to get something going. But we'll see. I'm not quite clear on where we see the sport moving, but I think it's a pretty telling example for our crew here that they didn't quite hit the mark on registrations. That's just me. The note I saw here from Shay Green: did Jet and Little Jacob have a match? They did, and it was tough. This is the note. Officially the first Simple Man showing. I think so. I'm not sure if they branded it exactly as such. I thought there was another one. I thought it was almost like EBI or something was the first time they said that. Taylor Vasquez is a student mine. Don't sleep on her. She's a destroyer and coming from a small academy in Atlantic Canada. She has an opportunity to make history. Absolutely. She looks good. That'd be dope. Congratulations, coach, by the way. Soon, brother. Ha ha ha. Okay, well, dude, I gotta tell you, man, you're just loading up the extra beating you're gonna get. It says, come downstairs. Why would you challenge me and show up on a day when I'm obviously doing something? This is how lazy and how little work our pal Brandon does. Brandon actually never shows up to New Ground Jiu-Jitsu. When he does, he's like, hey, let's have a match now. And it's like, brother, I'm working upstairs. This man does nothing. Literally nothing. But, of course, you would do that today. How about you stick around until I'm finished, and then I got you. I want to give a shout out to our buddy Octavio. Octavio is out in the Mexico putting on some matches for EBI. Very happy to see those boys do work and put on an excellent show. I think we'll probably take advantage of watching that one a little bit later. I don't know that we'll be on air for that one. I think we might be done. We'll see exactly how my face reacts to finishing all of this. But it has been a long, long day. Oh, Star-Lord. How's our boy Johnny Combs? You did a great job with him. Had an excellent run, sir. I hope he is doing well. Let me see. I am noticing some notes from you guys. Ron Davila, what is up? What's up, Gio Plata? What is up, Carter Snapped? Thank you guys for all dropping in. Like, comment, and subscribe wherever you are watching. It means a lot to us here at the show. Oh my goodness. Let's get going. I really want to get to the point where we're watching these third place matches, because I do believe we do third place and then we do the finales. But you know what I mean? Like, here's the good news. One positive thing we can say this year: they mostly started on time. Yesterday they were about 15 minutes late, but that's, you know what I mean, for jiu-jitsu it's not bad. And today I could hear them doing the Star Spangled Banner somewhere around 7 p.m. our time, or 7 a.m. our time. I was actually kind of impressed. So, yes. At ADCC Trials, they will do a third place. I just had to look it up just to make sure. And then for you guys, reminders. I hope that you're enjoying the day, but I definitely want to hear from you guys in the comment section. Who has impressed you the most in this tournament experience thus far in? It has been a very, very busy series. All right, I'm seeing some notes here for some friends who are trying to catch up with me. Okay. So I think I see Sean Fowler moving around, his giant bald head. I think he was signaling to somebody. So hopefully that means we are ready to press on and forge ahead. Nogi, Andrew, you know, most everybody. They did let one of those ladies matches for, I want to say, the semifinals or the Elite Eight go on to the floor, and didn't love that. But that is one of the few times it did happen. It didn't happen a ton of the times, or they at least mostly stopped it before it went too far in. One thing that I think might have been a detriment to us in the past was that they saw carpet, dirty jersey carpet, that they said, like, I mean, who cares if they keep rolling on carpet? There's more disease on that jersey carpet than there would be on these mats. Let them pick their own poison. So, yeah, I would say a slightly better showing on that, though it's not saying much if we're being honest. What's up, Swayback? What's up, Christina? Thank you all for joining. We're about to watch. Looks like I saw the names pop up for the third place matches. So let me double check here that is exactly what I was looking at, because I saw the name Reese Lefevre. So you have to figure they're going to go to the third place matches here in just a second. Oh. Well, I thought we deleted that. Eek. All right. Looks like it stopped the recording of one of my things. That's annoying. Okay. I hate when it doesn't record the internal drive of this, but it is what it is. All right. That's a RAF problem, not an audience problem. I will address that one later. But yes, by and large, a lot less people suplexing people on carpet floors, which is a giant relief, because I don't know, man. As I get in my older age, every time I see one of those guys risk their neck for the opportunity to go to ADCC, not even money, all I'm thinking about is, huh? Why would you do that? That was a terrible idea. No. My parents didn't raise me perfect, but they did raise me right. So for them to, like, literally tell me, like, hey, son, if you're going to go do that, you better get paid. It's like a bar minimum on these things. But here we have it. All right. I think they are getting ready. We'll see what exactly is happening here. But yeah, Reese Lefevre, if I'm looking at this correct, should be taking on Keith Kikorian for the third place. I think they go back the opposite way. So that's usually why they take that big break. Otherwise, it would just make sense to start where they started the last couple times because there's been enough of a time break for them here. But considering that Keith was one of the last people to go on, you do want to give him some time to rest. And you know what? I think Keith was safe, but you do find some of these folks for these third place matches, if they were injured, they will likely opt out of being in the match. So I wonder if we're going to have any of those opportunities, because we did see some of these third placers, get attacked with their legs. So there's that. The note I see here from an audience member, and this says, did Dorian versus Gavin happen yet? No, it is not. So I believe, and this is what I was just talking about, I believe we're going to see third place matches first, and then they're going to do solo final matches, weight class by weight class. So keep that. How long will the next matches be? Any idea? Oh, how long till the next matches? I don't know, man. But I see Sean Fowler and Mo Jassim doing absolutely nothing. So I can tell you this. As somebody who is a showrunner, you will very rarely see me just gabbing with my gal pals. Like, if I'm ever talking to people like this, the show is over. So seeing them just be like, what do you guys think? Should we do matches? I don't know. That's not what they're talking about right now. They're coordinating between the three of them, but there's a woman here. I would assume she's almost more of the stage manager of the operation. She looks like she's been trying to keep things on the rails. If anything, I think I trust her more than those two. I'm just trying to figure out what the delay might be. So what Willie thinks, I don't know, dude. If this was my show, we'd already be well into third place matches, about halfway. You can also ask anybody who's ever worked on one of my shows. Literally, one of the things I like to say is, what? Why are we just standing around talking? In fact, you would hear from me on the PA system on our comms is usually when I see somebody laughing and enjoying themselves. That's when I shoot them a note like, what the fuck are you doing? Move. Why are we standing still doing nothing? Well, Mo is talking to this dude. Let me just give you a screenshot of what I'm looking at here. Yeah, this just seems wildly inefficient. But to each their own. You know what I'm saying? To other people, this might seem incredibly a good use of time. But this is what I'm looking at right now, people. So if you could spend this much time just gal-palling and chatting, we can move on to the next thing. So the idea is to give the people in the finales a chance to rest. I think this is normal. I think they normally take about an hour break in between the two. But there's no signpost for it. There's no we'll be back. There's no announcement. Like, none of this is ever communicated. It's like we are taking an intermission, and you almost feel like telling the people, you should know we're taking an intermission. All right. Well, clearly we're in the middle of waiting. I'll take your question. Who do you got for negative 66 kg? I mentioned this a little bit earlier. I'm rooting for Corbett. Now, granted, we interview, or at least try to interview, whoever wins. So we're welcoming that. And I try not to overstate my welcome on being too rooting for one person over another. But Corbe, we were mentioning how for the brothers, their parents really didn't want them to not be doing work and just doing jiu-jitsu, and they were very responsible. And Gavin is, he's a good kid. I like him. I'd like to see him do well. But yeah, I'd like to see the Corbe brothers get another win. Plus, now that I think more about it logically, I love when people have given shit to the ecosystem of training, because they'll say like, oh, eco training's bullshit. Has it produced any champions? What champions has it produced? So the whole argument leans on the fact if it produces no champions, you can't talk. But if it produces people who win, doesn't that negate the whole argument of the whole thing? Like, if that's the only argument you are putting forth, you are putting a lot of investment in something that is incredibly stupid. It's not even like a philosophical difference. It's just like, yeah, well, who's won? Well, I don't know, man. If Corbe wins today, it doesn't really matter at that point. He's already kind of proven those boys, they know how to scrap, and he's had an incredible tournament. But Dorian Oliveras, that'd be a nice return to form for him too. That would be 2 trials wins for him, I believe. So I don't mind that one either. But I was a very competitive race because you look at these Elite 8 names. You had Dorian Oliveras, Espinoza, Stolisu, Lefevre, Grippo, Corbe, Rafa Freya, and of course Keith Krikorian. So not a slouch in any of those. What's up, Pimp Daddy? Good to see you, man. It is very funny that when you compete in these divisions and then these guys become your homies, I'm like, oh shit, Pimp Daddy and I, we've competed against each other. That dude's just showing up in our chat now. So that's dope. Love to see it. I hope you're doing well, my man. You know what's great is I just got hit up like, when do you guys want to train? And I'm like, brother, I can't even think of training right now. I'm in the process of trying to see this thing through. Oh my goodness, that is how many matches we have seen and ingested today. All right, they still have not put up when we can expect to see the next set of matches. This dude's just walking around. He's got an earpiece. I would assume he knows stuff and has to do stuff. Let's see if we can move on. What's up, underdogs? Hope all is well. I'm going to take a look and see if they put anything on the ADCC official sites. And of course, they have not. Oh my goodness. These guys suck so hard sometimes. Let us have a day back. The weird part is, okay, so look at everybody in the audience. They legitimately are just sitting there doing nothing. I don't remember. Did they kick them out at one point and then have them come back in and try and do like a light show for one of these things? Am I imagining that? Did they try to do that with trials a couple times? Why is Heath the ref getting lifted back up? All right, if you see refs, I think that's a good sign, right? But if they're dicking around, you know what would be good here? A result show. What do I know? I mean, you want to fill the time and not just let your audience leave. Because then you get people like y'all who are just in the comment section being like, hey, has this match happened yet? And it's like, brother, no. Like, nothing has happened. Legitimately, we've all been sitting here just staring at some blank mats, watching people occasionally glance by, seeing random dudes with beards and hats. All right, we're bored. Shoot me some questions. What can I answer for you guys? The referees are pretending to pass guard out there. Whatever questions you got, I will try to give you a decent answer on. Yeah, am I imagining that? Was that a fever dream? They did kick everybody out, and then they had like a light show, and it became like it was like our version of trying to have an NBA walkouts. I gotta go back and look at that because there seems to be no effort for that. If I remember correctly, I think they kicked everybody out, and then they redid the seating, and then it felt like you were watching. Thank you, Egg. I'll get to that in a second. It felt like you were watching the beginning of Space Jam, where it's like techno music and just. All right, everybody, let's get ready to ADCC. I need to give that a second breather because we were getting to this. It's a very deep question. What is the meaning of life? The meaning of life, Egg, and please, can I call you Egg? Thank you. I think the meaning of life is to go out there to try and find time to eat the best sandwiches. It's got to make better time for better sandwiches. That's it. If any of you know what that is in reference to or like an allusion to, you play ball. You know ball. Let me see. Are picks and couch competing? No, they are not. I would assume they would likely be waiting for West Coast trials. And if you're Pixley, since you submitted, oh God, it's been a minute. Oh, what's his name? Oh shit, it's been Miragali. He's been so injured, and I don't follow him that I totally forgot Miragali for a second. Maybe you think that's good enough to get a return call. I don't know. A lot of people just took this one off. I don't know what to tell you, man. Now, granted, 585 people is still a fuck ton of people. It's just a significantly lesser amount. Like 46% less people signed up for trials, which is good for us because it means we get to go home a little bit earlier. What's your favorite sandwich? From where? Good question. I had a pretty good one recently after the Dodger game. So this place right near downtown LA. It's like a Dodger themed place. I have to find the name of it. I'll shoot you the name, Egg, a little bit later. Phenomenal sandwich. Little Italian deli. Just, oh my God. What is Mo doing? All right, we're at the big boys now. I just saw a mirror. So we should be getting there. I don't know why, but every so often Mo walks like what's it, Gru from the Minions movie and Despicable Me? Yeah. Just the posture's a little there. I mean, it would make sense. He does have minions, so Metaphor might be right on the money on that one. I do like that. I would have answered 42. Been there, done that. I like that answer, though. Ian Dabe gingerly making his way back to the mats. I believe if we are at the plus 99ers, that should be Amir versus Dabe if they are doing a match. And that would be accurate. Then I think I see Brittany Elkin. And I have to refresh my memory here because, one, I don't want to get it wrong. And two, it's been a long-ass fucking day. You got Brittany Elkin and Baby Shark Melina. They should be going to bat for third places here in a second. So that's what I got for you guys today. Talk to me about your thoughts, your feelings. We're still not at matches, but we're getting closer. I think between this, we probably got about another hour and a half worth of matches and whatnot today. So we're inching there. All right, they're calling people up to the mats. Huzzah. And they're doing these 2 at a time, so it'll hopefully speed up the process. We might be closer to about an hour. Yeah, still about an hour and a half, honestly. All right, on the left-hand side, mat number 2, we have Baby Shark and Brittany Elkin. So Jocelyn Molina. I noticed they took out Baby Shark. I think it was just too long of a name. And Brittany Elkin, Brittany in the black rash guard with the little circle on the inside. And then over on the right-hand side, Amir and Ian Dabe. Ian without the rash guard, opting to go ADCC style here versus Amir, who is wearing the rash guard and has the bald head. So that is the difference between the two gents there. All right. And if you guys are enjoying this, would love it if you guys could like, comment, and subscribe wherever you're watching. We're in the third place matches here. Now, why are these third place matches important? Well, if you know ball, you should know that, let's say, like Miss America, you know, you get to a place where somebody is unable to perform their duties. Then what ends up happening is you end up seeing that they go down the line and go down the line. But in particular cases, what you do notice is somebody like Andy Varela, because he did the third place match, ended up getting the call up to an ADCC before. So you do want to be in that conversation. Like, this does have implications on if you get the call up to go to actual ADCC. This is a note I got from A. It says, Muffalita from Central Grocery in New Orleans is probably my favorite sandwich. Well, that's dope. I will likely never get that sandwich. I'm not in New Orleans a ton, but I will catalog it in my brain for future use. All right. Looking at this, Ian Dabe has an underhook here. Trying to pass guard. He's going to start 4:16 left on his time. Jocelyn Molina, Brittany Elkin, both standing up. No advancement just yet. Oh, Baby Shark was trying for a push down. Doesn't quite get it. Now they stand right back up and get to work. Conversely, Indabe passing the guard pretty nicely here, but they are at the no points portion of the competition. So unless he gets a submission here, just kind of for funsies, honestly. Now, that's the hard part, is if you've already started in a pass guard position and the points are now up for grabs, you have to improve upon that position. You can't just say like, hey, I passed guard. Can I retroactively get points now? Nah, they don't do that. So it is a strategy into itself, but there's 20 seconds before points come on the board for him. Meanwhile, The ladies will be off to the races with points in 3, 2, 1, bam. Now ladies can have points. So from that particular angle, we are looking at one hook in for Baby Shark. That's positive. If she gets the other hook, I think she might actually have the... No, she does not. If she gets the other hook in, that will be points for her, and that's a really big opportunity for her. Okay. Indabe, if he can get out of this lockdown and advance the position, he will likely score those passing points, and Mount would be good, but that lockdown was pretty solid for him there. I think this is an interesting position for the Butter Panther himself. You got PJ, who's one of the shining examples of 10th Planet, and you've got Ian, who's essentially a student of his. A reluctant bestie, if you would, having to try and figure out, like, well, I know Amir's game pretty well, so it's kind of hard to coach against him. All right, on the other side, though, Baby Shark up 5-0 against Brittany Elkin, so things are looking very promising for her. I would tell you this, though, if you're Ian Dabe, and what do I know? I honestly think you're not quite getting the bid. You do want to win. Points, super preferred at this point. Because we're trying to go home, y'all. Like, if I'm him and I feel like I've resigned to the fact that I'm not necessarily going to win outright the bid, I'm exhausted, dude. I'm trying to go home. I'm trying to feel pretty good about myself. And that's some pass points right there. That I think that's going to be good if he can hold that position. Ian, you listen to me nicely here, sir. That's 3 points for Ian Dabe. Oh, my God. Meanwhile, Baby Shark. Baby Shark just shot up to 15 points. Oh, my goodness. That is yikes. Well... Baby Shark, to put some extra emphasis, still looking for a submission, but that's 18-0 for her. I mean, that's just impressive. So congrats. That's super dope. Ian Dabe pumps the chest. And Ian Dabe is going to take home third, as is Jocelyn Molina. Congratulations are in order. I mean, it's a pretty dope performance. Ian... letting the feels come in. I think it's a mix of different feelings because you're excited you won third place. It doesn't feel like it's first place, of course, but you are going to podium. And I feel like maybe that's what's kind of setting in. It's that mix of emotions of like, damn, I podium, but like, man, I never thought I was podium, or I did think I was podium. You know, it's a ton of different feelings. So it is difficult to put into words, but it is very much an accomplishment. So kudos are in line for Ian Dabe. Congratulations. And Baby Shark, that's what's up. Good on you. Oh my God, I never want to see that again. Heath the ref was doing the running man, and you know what? Nope. If he was doing the running man well, we're in business here. That was wasn't great. That's the type of thing that next time I see Heath the ref, that's what's going to be going through my head. All right. On the left-hand side, you got John Combs. John Combs looking to podium once again. A former trials winner in his own right, going up against Benjamin Sutts. Benjamin's had, again, a pretty good competition all the way through. let's tell you a little bit about Ben and his time here. You know what I also love about this search feature? That it won't accept me just typing in Ben. It's like, full name, please. We don't accept just Ben. Thank you. Okay. Benjamin's day, or weekend, if you would. Benjamin got a submission over Luke Elders, got a submission over Chris Diaz, got a score win over Michael Brakefield, who looked pretty good all the way throughout. John Combs hyping up the crowd. That's pretty funny. Got a score win over Diasha Goto. That was actually a really fun and barn burner match. And then got a submission win over Stefan Manta. So Benjamin Sutz has been at a sneaky good tournament, honestly. John Combs, not to be outdone. Again, as we mentioned, a submission win over Declan Morrissey, submission win over Jack Bidwell, submission win over Henry Zachary, and then got essentially teched by Achilles Rocha in his semifinal. So John Combs, all things considered, pretty good. And right now, Leilani Bernales is taking on Maka Vickers. And Benjamin Sutz was almost in on a takedown there on John Combs. And I think might have just, not quite at points, but might have just made things very interesting for himself. Maka Vickers, her back is in danger. She's trying to wheel on out to the outside to avoid any wrong business here, because there are still submissions in line here. So we'll see how that shakes out in just a minute. But again, if you guys are enjoying the show, like, comment, subscribe wherever you're watching. You know I got mad love and appreciation for you guys. I'm going to enjoy the rest of these matches. What's up, Grayson? Good to see you, my man. Okay. Benjamin Sutz is close to points. So John Combs opting to play from guard here. We'll see what he is able to do with that position. Meanwhile, Leilani looking to go on the back here once again on Maka Vickers. Not quite at points, but that could be an armbar right here. She looks at transitions into a triangle. Maka Vickers in a little bit of trouble. She's continuing on. She's staying on that arm. Maka Vickers has to be very careful. She gets on the inside of the thigh to protect that arm. But now, woo, that was an all awesome transition. Doesn't quite hit it. Now, Maka Vickers is going to play from the inside of guard on Leilani Bernales. I like that. That was really, really fun stuff. Meanwhile, Johnny Combs playing guard. 2:35 left to go. It is an open guard, and Benjamin Sutz put in a little bit of work. What's up, Rodrigo? Hope all is well. Thank you for joining us. 340. Still not points here, so Maka's not out of this by any means. Maka's very much in contention still. John Combs keeping an eye on those clocks, keeping an eye on those points. Still 0-0 between him and Benjamin now, putting the passing to use, making sure to keep that knee south, doing an excellent job of pinning that. Benjamin Sutz really trying to regard aggressively here. Doesn't quite hit it, has a grip on the wrist, has to let it go. Goes back to framing. It's 147 in terms of time on that one. Maka Vickers now essentially looking to isolate a leg, maybe looking for a knee bar here. 253. We're at points now for the ladies. So keeping you guys posted on all happenings with y'all. And in case you have any questions about what's going on, questions, comments, concerns, hints, allegations, hit me up in the comment section, y'all. Oh, that is a knockdown here. Oof. Maka's trying to get this leg. She's looking for a knee bar here. Maybe going to a heel hook. There is a heel hook there. Leilani has to be careful. I think Leilani's trying to give that up so that she can come and take the back here, but she's trying to protect the knee. It might just be that she has no respect for Maka Vickers' leg lock attack, but it's a valid beginning to an entry there. John Combs just came up with 2 points there. Also, I see a holler if you hear me. I see we got Scott Steiner in the chat right now. What's up, The Dream? Hope you're having a good day. Maka Vickers and Leilani Bernales 0-0. So kind of important, but looks like time has expired. Johnny Combs is going to take home 3rd place. Congratulations to him. I like him in that spot. That means he could still potentially be within contention for ADCC. John is exhausted. His arms are up. Why is John Combs so freaking funny to me? John Combs is the only person who just looks like Jim Carrey with his over-exaggerated face. But you know what's kind of wild is I've seen John Combs grow up, and look at that. Maka Vickers ends up getting the submission, pulling it off. The look on her face. It's all business. I do have to say, some cool congratulations are still in order, though. Oh my goodness. So let me see. We just talked about Maka Vickers. Let's go back here and just take a step slightly back, because Leilani Bernales out of Atos Jiu-Jitsu, I like what she was doing. She had some cool runs. I mean, being able to beat Rana Wilnick, that's no slouch. That's a really cool thing. Wilnick is somebody who is very on her game. All right, the gentlemen are about to step onto the mats. Cam Hurd coming in for that 3rd spot. And then over on the opposite side, just double checking here. 1 second. Make sure I'm back on this appropriately. Think this is now supposed to be the Rasa and the Cantwell. Cantwell deciding, just like Cammy Hurd, it's time to go no rash guard, even though that was not necessarily in the plan that they had earlier. So they are going full ADCC style now. For a split second, Cantwell was trying to look for an arm, looked up, threw it up, trying to put some frames underneath. May have this. There's an underhook here. I mean, Asnat was somebody who was very vicious in his attacks throughout the day. Meanwhile, Nick's had a good tournament. Just like talking about other people. Oh, Cantwell looking at that leg on Rasa right now. Had to give it up. Maybe opt to take the back. Now it's getting into some really aggressive, dirty wrestling here. Nick Mataya, though, and Cam Hurd, they regroup them to the center of the mats, have them go right back to business. It's an exhausting pace between all of these gentlemen. But if you guys are enjoying what you're seeing here, would love it if you guys would just like, comment, share. Let the people know you're enjoying what you're seeing here today. My thanks to those of you who are joining in on Twitter. Y'all the best. Woo! I like that duck down here by Rasa. And Cam Hurd looking way more energized here. I think that break was actually good for him. Trying to find an entry thus far in. We're not at points, but Nick Mattia, though. Let's talk a little bit about Nick and his journey over this way. So with Nick Mattia, I want to go back here for a second. Nick was able to beat Jonathan Satava, a former trials champ, looked really good with it. Got a win over Ortiz, got a win over Michael Lugo. I mean, all around a solid tournament from him all the way throughout. Very happy to see him get some shine here today. Vallara, my apologies. He beat Pierre Leclerc, who was very much a favorite in this. Also got the win over Mattia. Oh, I'm sorry, Vallara and Foley. Sorry if that gets a little loopy at a certain point. We say so many names, it takes a second. Now, with points on the line, Cam is desperately trying to use any kind of leverage he can to get back on up. And there was a sacrifice throw there for just a split second. But the boys neutralize one another. 2:39 left to go. Now with points on the line, Raza is looking to take the leg of Cantwell, who might be in some trouble. But the knee line is okay, man. Talk about the right game of inches there. Cantwell did an excellent job of keeping that knee line safe, but it was very much in danger for a split second. For a nice hair, I was feeling my feels on that one. I thought, yikes. All right, gents. This continues on. We are now about to watch finals here come through. I think Cam is looking to isolate this leg. If he can get a sweep, I think Nick wants to essentially tombstone him. Almost has the sweep. Yeah, this is a tough position to be in. Oh my goodness, he has a toe hold. Yeah, Cammy's not playing games. Cammy wants to win this shit bad. At a certain point, Cammy's, oh my goodness. He has to be very careful and get back up to turtle. Oh no, that might have just been an opening for Nick Mattia, who's looking for a hook. Has a second hook. That's going to be points. And now might be on a rear naked choke. Cam is fighting it out. Does fend off the initial attack. But speaking of rear naked chokes, I'm seeing there should be points on the board for Raza as well. So Raza's looking in on some points. Nick Mattia gets his 3. 45 seconds. He's got time to work. And oh my goodness, Raza put Cantwell to sleep. Wow. That was impressive. Cantwell just, no, maybe not asleep. I think now he's injured. Oh boy, I would have preferred sleep. Raza gets the props from Jet Thompson, who's got nothing but love for him. And unfortunately, it was not Cam Hurd's time to podium. Nick Mattia takes home a win. Cam Hurd, head up, my man. That was another impressive run, dude. One thing you got to respect about this is, Cantwell's just carted off. We don't see anything else. Nick Mattia. That was a really solid performance by him all weekend. I just got to shout out my boy Cam Hurd, setting it up. I know he's got to be disappointed in not getting on a podium, but he's a superstar. And if you look at Mattia's group, he's got Nicky Rod and Nicky Ryan right there with him. I mean, that's a hell of a coaching corner right there if you're asking me, and maybe you're not. but very, very impressed by that run. Keith Krikorian is about to take the mat to try and secure a third place finish. He's going to have his hands full. I believe he's got Reese Lefevre on this one. And then Danielle Kelly is on the other side of the mats. So we'll continue this in just a second. Again, my thanks if you guys are watching along. My name's Rafa Esparza. Annabella Junko is going to be her dance partner on this one. If you guys are enjoying this broadcast, let me know. Junko looks like she's trying to take the leg of Danielle Kelly home. Danielle's not ceding anything. It looks worse than it probably is, though, because Danielle could potentially take this as a back take, but she hasn't quite improved the position enough in this position yet. That's a lot of time for Annabella to just be attacking this leg. And she might just be off on the wrong side of it now. Okay. Reese Lefevre looking to get an underhook on Keith. 4:45. That one's just starting. Annabelle Junko. That's almost belly down, but it's not quite there. Danielle Kelly's going to take a risk and now try to put the heat on her. That's a pretty good chamber on her part. Now Danielle Kelly in a much better position, but I think may opt to let the leg go. Annabella Junko is going to look to attack her right back at the start. So now looking maybe to transition, attacking the heel, almost looking more at like an extension of the leg, a toe hold, if you would. Danielle Kelly wants to stay right there in the pocket with her and just keep attacking, just chomping away at that leg. 3:42, neither of them seem all that concerned with any points in the near future. This is them just trying to end each other's legs. Couldn't be any different on the feet, though, for the two boys over on the right side. Reese and Keith, a little bit more of a stand-up battle. That one's going to be a game of inches. And I do feel like for both of these guys, they had heavy favorites on both their sides. Reese Lefevre has been so good at attacking the legs, and I wonder if he feels like, damn, if I could get a bite at Keith, I think I've got his number today. Keith getting submitted by a heel hook in that last round with Gavin Corbet. You have to feel like that is almost exactly where Reese wants to target if he gets the opportunity. We'll see if he's able to do so, but now Keith is in a position to pass. And, of course, Keith is pretty good. He's a very well-rounded grappler. I wonder where it is. Yeah, you see that shoot in under Reese for that leg. Racing to get it over. Almost goes into a reap. Doesn't quite have it. Now Keith elects to stand up to pass. We're almost there. Brings the hook over the top of the arm. Looks to be a little loose. Oh man, Keith just shot that up. Oh my goodness. I think Keith's top of or back of his head just hit the chin of Reese Lefevre, and just by attrition now might be in, almost ending at a pass. Keith looking grip tight on the neck, looking to attack here on the head. Maybe trying to dump him over so that he can have a pass off of it. Keith putting in his entire head into it, flips him over. However, Reese was grabbing that arm to hold him on out. Keith has to be very careful. Does an excellent job of maintaining his balance. They're going to reposition the boys back to the center of the mats. Meanwhile, Annabella Junko is now playing guard Danielle Kelly on the inside of that guard, 126 left on their time. No scores on either of these matches, though, just to keep you in that mindset. Keith, though, really trying to get those points. And you see Boogie trying to help him with some coaching over on the side. Danielle Kelly in on an arm. That might be a very solid attack. Tried to switch on over to the leg. Doesn't have it. Now, Juco looked for the back control. Didn't have it. Danielle Kelly spun underneath, looking to take home a leg. She's adapting it into an almost knee bar heel hook from that top side of saddle. Doesn't have it fully locked in. 45 seconds are left in that match. Keith still has not gotten points for passing, mostly because of Reese's excellent ability to re-guard throughout this broadcast. And now, looking for a leg, doesn't quite have it. Keith pushing down on the leg, kind of brings his arm on the inside. Reese thinks, maybe I can attack the arm. Doesn't quite have an opportunity there. Now, oh my goodness, Annabelle Juco looking for some back points. She is not fully flush to it. Has to give it up. Doesn't have it. There's 11 seconds there, so that's likely going into overtime. Keith really trying to press and get some points with just a few seconds to spare. I don't think... Keith staying firm. No, I saw the referee post up. I don't think that's going to be good enough for points. But it's close. It was close in that particular juncture. So that's going to be overtime now. Keith looking over, takes his fate into his hands and says, all right, we're going to stand up back in this world. Meanwhile, Annabella and Danielle, they are back in overtime as well. Keith tries to shoot in, doesn't get anything, gets stuffed. Reese back up to their feet. Now, Reese goes in for his shot, doesn't get anything from it. This is really hearkening back to Keith's beginning as a wrestler before he even got into the world of grappling. So trying to get something from it, trying to just duck him down. Reese Lefevre, though, looking for a front headlock, controlling Keith a little bit on that. And this is going back and forth between these boys. This is tight. I mean, I respect these boys for putting in the work. So we're definitely happy to see them take this so seriously. Oh, Keith's on that outside. Almost trips him down. I mean, if he puts in a little drive, I think he's got the takedown, but now he's losing it with every extra second. Now they're both back up. 2 minutes left to go. Reese tries to shoot in immediately, recognizing there might be an opportunity to go in for that. Doesn't quite have it. 1 minute, 49 seconds on that. Beautiful shutdown there by Keith. Can't quite get it. All right. Now he's in on a front headlock on Keith. We'll see what he's able to do on the control of it. Tries to shut it down, uses it on us an opportunity to shoot in. Keith feeds it, sees it happening, stuffs it, but they get right back up. Meanwhile, Annabella Juco, still playing guard underneath, has an underhook on the leg. And Danielle Kelly, for a split second, had some control. Then they spun around, and now they're in a dance for hooks and overhooks. It is tense on both of these matches. Neither of them wants to concede anything here. Scoreless all around. Danielle Kelly, once again, trying to bring a leg home. Trying to make a makeshift knee bar heel hook happen. That's pretty good. Referee right on top of it. Trying to keep a look as to what's going to happen here. Annabella Juco in some danger. Even if Danielle Kelly doesn't get the submission, that's got to be pretty favorable in terms of the referees, but she doesn't get the finish. 5 seconds left to go. She's going to end up vaguely on top, but that's going to look like a lot of pressure from Danielle Kelly. We're going to see how the referees score that one. Danielle Kelly feels pretty confident about her opportunity for taking home third here. Meanwhile, Keith trying to put every last ounce of pressure onto Reese Lefevre with 8 seconds, looking to secure the back. Can't quite do it. now just ducks him down with a gable grip underneath the neck. He's trying to push him in. Keith feels good. He's pointing at himself, letting himself know. Reese, though, nods his head as if to feel like he did pretty well. But in terms of selling it, Keith is letting you know right now he feels good about his odds. So, some good shit there, guys. Really, really good stuff all around. We'll see here in a second who ends up pulling it out, but it looks like Danielle Kelly did pull third place, and it looks like Keith Krikorian is your winner at third place. Went to go shake Gordon Ryan's hand and looks very happy with what he pulled off. The Martinez brothers, give him props. And, you know, I have to tell you something. I have known Keith for a long time. I used to know a Keith that would be so distraught, so angry at himself that he took home third. He didn't take home first, only because he didn't win. And to see him get so excited for taking home that third place, to me, is truly the progress, because sometimes in the search of trying to be the best, you end up getting to a place where you can't acknowledge the good that you're doing. And seeing him so happy and content with the progress that he made at this tournament, I think that is an incredible win for him. Keith is always going to be a monster. He's a legend within the 10th Planet system and within Jiu-Jitsu itself. So super proud of him and super happy with his result. And props to Reese Lefevre, man. A couple degrees differently, and Reese Lefevre would have been in that final. You know, Reese's biggest competition in this tournament up until Keith was his own team. So it's a tough thing to navigate, but I have a lot of respect for his game, and he looked pretty good. So Mo signaled for the audience to come onto the mats and mostly just kind of create an encasement for the audience to trap the athletes from going out of bounds. So we'll see how that plays out. And it says right here, those were my exact thoughts watching Keith, excited about taking third. Had to jump over here to see what you were saying about it. Absolutely. I mean, here's what you have to know. Keith is a game competitor, and I like to tell people it's hard to celebrate not winning because it feels like you didn't achieve your goal. But you will overlook the incredible odds that you overcome. And more importantly, if you can't accept and acknowledge what you do well, you will never proceed and become better. And the new, enlightened, happier Keith that I have seen as a competitor who puts up these great messages and is now really paying it forward to the next generation with these posts telling you what he's felt, what he's gone through, and what he's learned, is doing more for the next generation than I think he knows. Because people really like to emulate the success of those that they see in front of them. And I think that Keith is one of those people that you can model yourself very well as a competitor on and find yourself very, very pleased with the results you get. So yeah, I feel happy for my friend. They should use the couches as a barrier. Good Lord. I think that requires no further comment. That's just trying to be way more yay us. Okay. So let's look at some numbers here. Okay. Flo just knocked me to camera 3. Oh, nope. They just mocked it to... What are we doing here? Okay, I like that. That's good. So they basically took us down to one camera. They have an overhead camera showing us the scene. and giving us a graphic that lets us know these are the people you could expect to see competing. And it is a short recap visually of the matches that you've seen that got us here. So it's essentially trying to tell us the story of how we got here. Okay. Good. All right. So right now it looks like you're about to see Anime Adomo versus Valerie Wong. Then, oh yeah, it's going through all of them. You'll see Dorian Oliveras versus Gavin Corbet. We saw how that one played on out in front of us. I mean, what an incredible top 8. That Elite 8 might have been the best of the entire tournament, I think. I think that Elite 8 was... I would not be surprised if you still see half of that group in ADCC this year. Just saying. Meanwhile, 99 kg. Yeah, Stefan Bonta and Achilles Rocha. That should be a very good final. Interesting. I see a space here. You know what's wild is, oh my God, this is how OCD I am. I can see the spaces that they put that aren't accurate. Like it not lining up in alignment, it bugs me. Oh boy. Yeah, there's nothing to fix that. That's just a sickness, y'all. Legitimately, it's like recognizing, oh, they press the space bar and the graphics aren't perfectly aligned. But at least they got them done. It's hard to do in duress when you're trying to go fast and make things go. Maya Matalon is coming up first. She is representing HNBJJ. So that looks like how we're going to start off the finals. We're going to start with the ladies first. Oh. They already told them to start the match, and they had to stop them immediately when they made contact. So I think they weren't putting it on the timer. They didn't signal it for to go. 7:52. This is your finals. Mia Matalon versus Natalie Levesque. And I saw a little bit earlier somebody was saying, don't sleep on Tally Levesque. I didn't know I could call her Tally, but thank you to her coach who showed up and said, like, yo, don't sleep on Tally. We will not. We will very much be awake as they are grip fighting over here to begin with. Ooh, beautiful toss by Tally Levesque. Now he's gonna, doesn't quite get the full toss, doesn't quite get the knockdown, but it's gonna play from guard. Meanwhile, Matalon playing from inside of that guard, trying to build up her base, trying to get some kind of move. Oh, that might be an arm lock. Wow, that's pretty solid there from Levesque. And we're in the no points portion, so now everything changes a little bit. In the finals, these are now 8-minute rounds. So they've been playing off of 6-minute rounds where it's 3 on, 3 off. This one is going to be 4 on, 4 off. Just a good reminder to those of us as we watch this one. It takes a second to readjust to what finals mean in terms of points and considerations. But already up top, Matalon, excellent pressure here. Has an underhook on the leg. Oh no, might be leaving her own leg a little bit out for too long. Levesque doing an excellent job of setting up a leg attack here. I can't see from the other side. There we go. Yeah, she's definitely trying to trap that one. It's not fully there yet, but I love this attempt. Now trying to pass it on over. It's within play, though. It is still within the region of possibility. It's just, it does get harder the more time that you allow Matalon to build her base back up. But also whenever you see somebody wearing a compression knee sleeve, you got to think like, am I attacking that? Wow, Natalie, very nice movement. I like these attacks, stringing them together very well. Attack the arm in such a way that it left the leg open again for her to go back to and start attacking. The way she's chaining that together, superb. Love it. All right, she has a triangle through the legs to the outside. I think she's looking to try and lift up that heel a little bit more. Doesn't quite have it at the moment. Still got some time to see some stuff happening. And now her leg might be in danger. Nothing doing. Matalon, she shot one up. Didn't quite have a bite off of it. And there is... Woo, there's some good stuff happening here, guys. If you're just tuning in, I would love a like, a comment, a subscribe, wherever it is you're watching this. We are enjoying our day here over at New Ground Jiu-Jitsu. Our thanks to them for letting us crash and use their place to create as our home base for this weekend. It's been nonstop coverage for us. We haven't stopped. And all I ever ask is just for some likes, comments, and subscribes wherever it is you're watching. And as a reminder, we will be doing this again for, I believe, West Coast Trials. So if you like this, you know, we do lots of live fight companions all the time. All right, we're about to hit the points portion of the match. Please be advised, this is where things get a little heady. Oh my goodness. Matalon got the submission in that transition. And what bejewelry guy is back there? That dude had a Liz Taylor freaking jacket on the background. Like something that Liz Taylor would let Michael Jackson borrow. But Matalon, congratulations. Representing High Noon Jiu-Jitsu. Well done and well deserved. That is your plus 65 kg champion for the trials. Lots of handshakes. Lots of props all the way through. All right, we're going to walk through some of the highlights that they're putting up from Flow. Kind of began with a little bit of judo, but that didn't last for too long. Oh, nope, they cut away from it. They're just kidding. Okay, nope. Oh, they cut back to the end of the match. Gotta love TV production. Live production is very hard, so I'm not going to pretend like it's not, but I was literally in the process of going like, oh, that was pretty cool. Let's look at back. Oh, no, they didn't want us to look back. All right. So we look forward. Now we are looking at Nick Hartman and Brandon Reed. So this will be the plus 99 kg division. We joke about this, but I really do feel it's important to highlight the difference and the rationale of the men's plus 99 kg category having just as many as the middle division of the women's this time. And all the women champions do not go to ADCC for the East Coast Trials. It's only if you win the West Coast Trials. Which begs the question, why do you even do this one? Like, it doesn't matter. Who gives a shit? So it's difficult to be super excited about it, but it is a severely deep accomplishment. It's just annoying that you have to kind of like see it done like this. Nonetheless, the reason we bring it up, the men's 99 plus category only having 45, the women's category having about the same, and the men's will get the automatic bid to go to ADCC. It's a point worth talking about, and that I feel we need to continue hammering home, because that used to be the old excuse. That used to be the reason why women's didn't get the bid, is they didn't say they had the numbers. Okay, well, now the men's almost don't have the numbers. So what gives? Like, what exactly is the issue here? So, well, something we thought we'd bring up. You know, what do we know though? We're a little show. We don't know anything. We're just guys who just watch stuff and are just supposed to be always happy about everything we see, and thank you and Oh no, don't make me think. So anyway, all right, that's what we got going on here. Brandon Reed, Nick Hartman in the plus 99 kg category. So this is an interesting balance game for Nick. Nick has been really good at countering a lot of his opponent's best work. Brandon Reed, an excellent wrestler base who is very cautious about his jiu-jitsu and doesn't make a ton of mistakes. So you have these two going up against each other, and it begs the question, what is the game of attrition that we're looking at? And how do you win? And what is a win? And what are you looking to do? And what are you looking to implement here? Because if you're a cautious player, you're not necessarily going to give the person the counterbalance that they need to pull off their reverse Uno game. And yet that last match with Brandon Reed got a nice submission in a short amount of time. And I think he's starting to feel himself. That was a good shutdown. Puts his arms up like he just robbed the place and was letting the police know, don't come after me, guys. Oh boy, was that ref wearing those vibranium shoes? All right. I swear to God. It's so funny when you see the personalities shine through of the refs or the supporting staff. So even when you see the vibranium shoes, you're just kind of like, okay. Ooh, Nick might get thought about the takedown. Yeah, and Brandon wants no part of him to see a leg. But that's going to give Nick Hartman the ability to, okay. The referee just told him to move back a little bit. Yeah, I think once you go into ADCC, if I remember correctly, could be wrong, when you go into the finals, you can't really pull guard. So as a result of that, even if you have the attachment, it is part of the reason why you're seeing Nick Hartman spend all that time standing up with Brandon Reed. Now that it's been established that he got to the ground in one of those transitions, he can now continue to play from the ground. It is an interesting gamification, but it's one that you have to be very, very well aware of the rules in order to get your best game to come through. So it is definitely difficult to always remember these things, but this is why people do a very good job of playing ADCC rules and practicing just for this particular style in tournament. So just in case you're wondering what some of these things mean, I try to remember them and prompt you guys with what to expect, but it does take a second. All right, you guys. Now they're on the ground. We are almost at points. And 434, this is going to see what Brandon Reed's pressure passing game looks like. Brandon's been making some big improvements over his time as a grappler, that transition from wrestling to jiu-jitsu. I think he's taken very much to the process. All right, here we go. Brandon putting in those, like, pressure on those grips. I like that. Nick Hartman, though, has been so good. I mean, I mentioned his countering game, but he's been able to capitalize on some major little small moments. Okay. Brandon Hartman still pressing forward. Okay. Not too much changed here. 30-14 left to go in regulation. I wonder if now you're seeing the peaks of Brandon Reed starting to turn it up. Hartman pulled guard aggressively. Hartman likely needs to break down that posture a little bit more. Brandon Reed. Brandon's a good size for this, though. It is hard to break down posture of people when they are in that kind of sturdy shape. Like, base is a key element for wrestlers. Even the appearance of that leg coming up, though, that underhook, you almost know it's going to happen. And I can't tell if Brandon's wanting him to do that, because it is not usually the best of ideas. Well, that's essentially giving a leg to Nick Hartman, who's made some really cool things happen from those positions. Looking to attack the leg, and Brandon almost went for the bait. Has to be careful about where he ends up. That's a pretty big opportunity for him. I think he was looking to almost go into a knee bar position from there. I think he was baiting it to use it as an opportunity to pass. But man, Nick Hartman does an excellent job of reaping over now. I see this kid who I thought was doing more photos over on the side. I think he might have been coaching here for a second, but he was definitely yelling out some stuff. I couldn't tell if he was trying to help Nick or not. Yeah. There's a nice little crunch that you can do from over that leg in that position. Oof. Oof. Nick might be looking at now extending the leg into a knee bar. Brandon Reed crunching the leg back to him. Now looking maybe to see if there's a heel hook for him to extend back on. There's 1 minute and 5 seconds left to go in regulation. This is what we talk about. Don't make mistakes around Nick Hartman. Do not. This is a man who knows how to capitalize on stuff very well. Oh, Nick might be looking at a heel hook now. He's going over, looking at maybe top side. Ooh, Brandon caught that arm, looked about it, thought about a wrist lock, thought about a few different places. Brandon is in some trouble here. That leg is getting extended, but there's not a ton of pressure on that knee line. So Brandon's trying to use it as an opportunity to attack him back, but might have just nicely taken almost the back. A great opportunity. If he can score these points, he's got to get the hook in. He's got one hook in. Second hook coming in. He might be able to do it. Wow. Brandon Reed, well played. That should be points, but they did not give it to him. So the real question is, do the refs ascribe those points when he had the time to actually do it? Because it might have been within that regulation time. So now the staff is discussing it. That has major implications on whether this is going to overtime or not. But the real key is control. So if you look back at that footage, you will likely see Brandon with about 10 seconds. The real key is, were those 10 seconds long enough to establish control? Oh, I think they did just describe the points. Let's look at the replay. All right. He has one hook here, has the second hook, drives it down, loses the second hook, brings it back over. Now with the arm trapped, both the legs are over, but they aren't traditional inside of the thigh hooks. In my opinion, that's back control. And the referees will agree with it. Brandon Reed is your plus 99 kg trials champion. Okay. There may be some discussion over inside the thighs hooks versus above the torso, but to me, that's like you have the back. And ADCC notorious for taking their time. To his credit, though, Nick had an excellent tournament, and I loved him taking it to Brandon Reed. And look, the second Brandon even felt him on that leg, he got up and ran away. Literally said, nope, not entertaining it. But the second time, thought maybe if I stay in the saddle, I can attack the leg. And that was giving Nick more time to think about what he was going to try to attack there. Not a ton of comment time. I saw this was, what's the comment? It was staying pretty cool. Absolutely. Woo, what a freaking moment. But this is something to be said. The control and the risks that Brandon were taking played off. They definitely paid off. And yeah, it felt like maybe for a split second, Nick was like, maybe he didn't have enough time to control, but Brandon felt pretty confident he was going to get that. And as he should. All right, coming up next, you've got Stephan Bonta versus Achilles Rocha. Should be happening here shortly. We're making our way through these final matches. My name is Rafa Esparza. I host a show called The Grappling Hour. I hope you guys are enjoying this audio comment. I don't even know if they have commentary on this, honestly. I think it's just they're broadcasting it. I don't know. Although I will say this, the ADCC brand is so silly because I have heard them say that they don't like for certain commentators to be biased. And yet, I listen to the other broadcasters, and I'll be honest with you, I think part of the reason they usually get hired is because they're the milquetoast. They're the middle of the road where there is nothing quite unique about their commentary. It's just run of the mill most of the times. It doesn't mean you won't learn stuff. It doesn't mean that the people behind it aren't knowledgeable. It's just not necessarily the type of thing you're going to hear on most TV broadcasts. Now I say that, but you know somebody like Sean Williams, excellent at what he does. But normally for TV purposes, you have somebody else who can play a certain role, who can be a broadcaster. Our sport doesn't have broadcasters. And okay, they do have commentary. I think that might actually be Chase, who used to work for them. But it does not sound like it is... I can't tell what kind of, if they're using a headset or not, but the mix of it's very low. I'll just turn that up real quick. Yeah, I'm good. Okay. When you're watching commentary like this, you definitely want to try and tell a story. So the question is, what is the story of this match? Hit open back. Now I'm back. Well, I'm jealous of you, bro. I haven't trained yet today. I was thinking I was almost going to get open mat, and then I forgot they did third place matches. Womp, womp. But I did, just in the time I've been doing this, sign myself up for some training with some homies that is probably going to kill me. It's definitely going to be a hard day of training. But nonetheless, we're getting it done here, folks. So what's the story of this match? The story of this match is this. Achilles Rocha comes from a family that is no stranger to ADCC, but has had some interesting matches all of his own. He's looked dominant in a number of the matches, and for him to make his way to this final is truly a testament to the skill that he's been able to make in his own right. Stephan Bonta, though, we talk a little bit about this. For different people in this tournament, you always think you have to have the most loud, ridiculous performances that just scream, I'm at ADCC. Stephan Bonta, representing Alance Dallas, has done an incredibly fun and under-the-radar good series. For example, starts his day off yesterday with a win over Michael Sivak. Then gets a score win on Corbin Lepore. Then beats Fayez Ekbari by points. then gets a submission over Benjamin Sutz, who was having an incredible run all the way throughout. So Benjamin Sutz, who we just saw a little bit earlier today, like a very, very formidable run by him on this tournament. Ooh, Achilles going right to work on that arm. Excellent work. Now, Achilles, of course, part of a huge family in jiu-jitsu. His journey has gone as follows. Started off with a 7-0 score over Noah Crisell. Got a submission win over Travis Flynn. Brandon George essentially teched him 15-0, and then decided for funsies through a former champ himself, John Combs, outscored him 11-0. Now is en route to possibly representing his family at ADCC. And there's a question, if you're somebody like Wagner, do you get a bid to come back? Does it become a family affair? Does his sister Jasmine show up? There's a lot of big question marks, but for him and his story and his journey, for Achilles Rocha, you're looking at somebody who's very much been pace oriented. He's been very dominant with his competitors throughout this tournament. And now that we've just hit the points portion, the real question is, how is he going to win this one? He's looking for some takedowns, and Stefan is keeping him at bay very nicely here. Stefan Bonta, again, representing Alliance Dallas, wants to bring home a win for his family, for his team. Has the underhook here. Might have been a little curious there from Achilles, but one of the things I find about Achilles is, you want to always be this perfect grappler. You almost have to make mistakes. The question is, how do you recover from your mistakes? And Achilles has been, up until this point, incredibly good at recovering if he's ever made a small mistake. And right there could have been a huge opportunity for Stefan to take advantage of him and pass guard. Nah, Achilles got right back up, drove into him, and we go back to work. 3:09 left to go. Still no score on the board. This could be one of those ones that you see that it goes the distance, and it could be a barn burner. So we shall see. Oof. The shot wasn't super strong there by Achilles, but I think right now he's just in a space of throwing the kitchen sink at Stefan to see if he's going to be able to survive the same kind of cardio push. Achilles has a leg. That was a good drop here. Doesn't quite have it all the way through. Now pushes them off. They return back to center of the mats. 2:17 left to go. I mean, you get the sense between these games of mercy. This is the stuff that you have seen Wagner do in the past. There's an underhook here for Stefan, who uses it very nicely, switches it to a front headlock. It's a big, big opportunity for Stefan Bonta. Bonta's now, he thought about going, oh man, he thought very much about going into that anaconda. Let it go. I think he realized, why are you going to burn out your energy? At this point, conserving energy, especially if you go to overtime, you don't want to burn out anything. You don't want to leave an opportunity for your opponent to just win by having a little bit extra cardio. Now with this, short on time here, guys. It is back and forth head pressure here. Achilles looks to drop in, doesn't quite have it. Oof. Again, foreheads pressed up against one another, trying to get that little angle. 53 seconds. It's going to be close. Okay, 32 seconds. Yeah, I think it's safe to say we're going to be seeing some overtime here, guys. Ooh, try to bunt him down. Didn't have that come up yet. Achilles now trying to send him into Mo Jassim. Is Mo live? He has his earbuds in. God, I hope he's not trying to commentate the match. Don't think that would be great. 10 seconds left to go. Achilles doesn't quite have enough to get the points he would need from that position, but he's chewing his gum. Didn't know he had that going on. Okay. All right, let's see what comment just came through. Oh, nope. What's happening here? You... Oh, no, you can't just go ADCC style in the middle of the round. Oh, my goodness. Oh, you have to elect to go ADCC style before the match. You can't in overtime elect to go without the rash guard. I feel, has that rule changed? Because I feel like when I watched it with, like, in 2013 or so, I felt like you could just do that because the rounds were so long when they went to overtime. Huh. Learn something new every day here, y'all. Okay. 326. Oh, Achilles tried for a duck. Didn't get it. 320. I want to point this out. How do you chew gum and do this, though? I'm so afraid you're going to chew that gum where it's going to get caught in your throat. And I get that we're in a sport where you're trying to choke people out, or that's risky, or that's adrenaline junkie sort of stuff. It just seems highly unsafe and incredibly silly. It's just like, oh, I'm Benson Henderson. I chew a toothpick while I'm fighting a fight. Okay, that's just dumb. Chewing gum, sure, do what you want, kid. Achilles tried to go on the outside, almost found a drop, might have points here, hasn't established. We'll see if this counts. That essentially did take Stefan down, but he went right back into Turtle, so that's not going to give him any points. Achilles shook him off. Achilles basically just looking to win via swag points. If they go to a referee's oh, man, nice snap there by Stefan. So I think the referee is going to award 2 points. I saw him signaling for 2. I'm not sure what that was. Tried for almost a fireman's there. Didn't get it. So Achilles looked for it. No points still on the board, but I did see the referee gesturing. What's great about making the entire crowd form around the mats is that you definitely see a who's who of who were competing over the day. For an attempt at the legs, you do see Stefan Bonta didn't quite hit what he wanted, but maybe got something else in return. Has the legs tied around the waist of Achilles, may have an opportunity to attack the legs, but Achilles keeping his leg away from him, dipped over to the side. Okay. We just might be here for a minute. Achilles maybe thinking about attacking that leg there. Looks to try and take it home. One of the detriments of being in that kind of reverse position. Reverse guard not looking super solid for a submission. And that's going to put Stefan Bonta on bottom. That's going to be a bad exchange because it gives Achilles almost an opportunity to attack to get some hooks in. Stefan Bonta on the defense has to get up very quickly, break the arms, and get out of this if he expects to do something. Now Stefan Bonta actually has a penalty against him. So even if it comes down to a ref's decision, essentially if Achilles does nothing, he will win. So it is on Stefan Bonta to get points at this point. And not just, I mean, he's really got to come through. It's got to be a submission or a point. something here. And Achilles feeling very, very confident about his opportunities to win. 12 seconds, looks to kind of waist lock him down. Has one hook in. That's going to be enough to get likely the decision for Achilles Rocha to now punch his ticket to ADCC. Achilles joined on the mats immediately by his father, who picks him up, who's got to be super proud of his son. Looks like his sister, Min Rocha, comes over. What is that? Face red, droopy eyes. Not quite sure what that means. Hold on. Checking a voice note here for a second. All right. Well, I mean, listen, that was a tough one. To lose just via penalty, not even through a game of attrition, it's rough because you were just so close to a referee's decision. Now, it still might have gone Achilles' way. There's no way to know how exactly that would have been offset, who would have exactly gotten the note there, but Achilles did look close if this was going to be a deciding factor. So congrats to him. He will now be at ADCC. That is happening, I think, in Poland. I forget. At this point, if it's not in America, it's all the same to me. It just means tell me the time. I don't know in particular. Red-faced droopy eyes. Who is this in reference to? Are you talking about Bonta with that? Because it can't be me. Or were you just trying to make an emoji that made that? All right. Coming up next, Mo Black versus Taylor Ellis. Mo Black, friend of the show, wishing good things. We'll see what happens for her. She's got a game dance partner in Taylor Ellis. That is coming up next. In the meantime, likes, comments, subscribes, wherever you are watching this. We love you guys. We appreciate you for sticking with us. We have been on air since 7 a.m. We only took a very short break to not waste our time. I mean, we could have done a second break, honestly. But we have been on air now for, let's do some math. Was it yesterday? We went at least 5.5, let's say 6 hours. Today, since about 7 a.m. Okay, we're approaching, I think we're at about 11 hours plus. Let's just say 11 hours plus, if not 12 hours of broadcast time over the past day or so. So let us keep this going. If you are enjoying what you're seeing, this ADCC East Coast Trials Fight Companion, hopefully a commentary that you guys would like and enjoy. If you don't, I apologize. But I hear the other commentators. For free 99, this ain't bad. All right, we're off to the races. Taylor Ellis, Mo Black. Mo Black with the spats over here, and you got Taylor Ellis with the shorts. Mo Black, friend of the show. We'll just be biased. Well, you know what it is? If ADCC says they don't like their commentators to be biased, if I'm at home, I can be as biased as I want. Take that. Be like, oh, well, one of our commentators is biased. I was like, really? Sounds like you just playing some politics. But what do I know? All right. Mo Black has won a trials experience before. If I'm recalling it correctly, it might be similar that she might have won an East Coast Trials, which unfortunately does not get the women an automatic bid. It mostly just means, congratulations, you won trials. you win the opportunity to win again when it does matter. So we'll see if she is able to pick up steam and continue on her winning ways. But if you've ever seen a Mo Black match, you know that she's capable of intense action. She's very physical, and she renders in real time, and she has a lot of fans in this sport for good reason. Like, if you watch her, she's phenomenal at what she does. It's the emoji. Thank you. I do know that. Politics. Politics. Got it. I thought you said Poland or something. I was about to be like, well, I think that is where it is going to take place. But yes, politics. It is very much Poland politics. Yep, we'll stick with that. 6:05 left to go in this match. And what is the story of this match? All right, for Taylor Ellis, somebody who's had an incredible run in her own right, it would be very, very cool to see her get a spotlight moment. She is looking to take the back here. She's on the side. Now, again, we're at the no points portion. So because it's standing up and there's no hook in anyway, it's mostly just to try and break down the posture of Mo Black. Oh, and Mo essentially gets out of the back take. Now just might have to Granby a little bit to get out. But oh my goodness, what a mat return by Taylor Ellis. Oh my goodness. What force she just put on that. Guys, I am shook. I am shooketh by that savage mat return by Taylor Ellis. That shit struck me. That's how bad that was. Eek. And again, you're looking over at Mo Black, who doesn't even give a shit. Right back up to the action. No points yet. So they'll return back to the center of the mats and go right back to work. Uh, 4:30 left to go on this one. My favorite is the 10th Planet guy who's bald in the background, who just has his camera up and just is holding it up like this. That's my dude. I like that guy a lot. Uh-oh. Mo Black. Woo! That is a slam. But she is in the middle of a submission, so it is full legal. And I think Mo is like, listen, I don't want you throwing me anymore. Yes! Well done. Mo's like, hey, listen, you tossed me twice. Screw that. I'm going to choke the shit out of you. And Mo even goes up to be like, are you good? And Taylor Ellis shakes it off. Friend of the show, Mo Black gets it done once again. Look at that giant smile on her face. In the middle of adversity, Mo finds a way to get it done. Taylor Ellis, though, had us nervous. Taylor Ellis was being mean. She was aggressive. Woo! Oh my goodness. I don't know. When I saw, look at this mat return. 3, 2, 1. I was nervous for Mo. And then it was like, nah, Mo's got this. You good. You got this, girl. Even though I don't got this. Now watch. She has the guillotine. And then she realizes she's going to get picked up and slammed. And she goes, you know what? Once was bad. Twice, not happening. A thrice. And got it done with the guillotine finish right there. Wow. Someone said you could take my comment down now. No, I'm going to keep that up there forever. That way people know politics are a real thing in jiu-jitsu. All right, Jonathan Blank versus Sean Yadamarco. Okay. This one's tough. They have both been on the Grappling Hour, so I consider them both friends. But they've been spicy. Both of them have been interesting. Jonathan Blank hasn't been on the scene as much, but there was an era where Jonathan Blank was just, he was going Super Saiyan, and it was really fun to watch him there. He took a step back, seemed to be enjoying life. I wasn't sure we were going to see him really back on the competitive circuit like this, and has shown no signs of rust. Sean Yanamarco, interesting thing about this guy, when you see him compete, he's got a lot of tricks up his sleeve. This is somebody who comes under the Tom DeBlas association, and he's almost forged his own pathway in a similar aspect as Tom DeBlas. Grinds, puts in the work, doesn't bring a lot of attention to, how he does it, what he does, but there's kind of this really thuggish side of the way he competes. If you've ever seen him get down and dirty with it, when he competes, he has done these submission only, no time limit matches. We're talking in some basement, some dingy freaking basement, where you're seeing him go to work and it's just all the people. Like, if you look at how everybody's crowded around here, imagine half of those people in a room 1/8 the size of that room with 100% ringworm and no shirts, going crazy. And then when they end up getting the submission, having the stoic look on his face, like, yeah, motherfucker, I fucked you up. So that's the story between these two. You got Jonathan Blank, aggressive, calculated, assassin-like, and you got Sean Yanamarco, who plays the nice guy, looks like a baby face, but really might be more of a heel in the way he rolls. If you talk to him, he's perfectly fine. But if you watch the way he rolls, let's put it this way. Look at his shorts. Those shorts, he has cut himself. Or I think they actually ripped in the middle of competition because they look like they were the type of ghetto-ass Muay Thai shorts that you makeshift. But I'm looking at the other side. They are not cut the same way over on that side. So I think that's just happened through attrition. I think Homeboy did not have a second pair of competition shorts or didn't want to pay the extra time over there at some of the booths. I do love this. What Willie thinks put Jet 2 Holiday in reference to Mo Black getting slammed. You're not wrong. But I'm going to sell you out. When we interview Mo, because I'm sure she'll come back on the show, I'm going to be like, yo, somebody called you getting slammed to Jet 2 Holiday. What do you have to say about that? His name is What Willie Thinks. You can find him on YouTube, Mo. I will name names, Mo. Take that. Dude, take my comment off there. No, bro. This is a broadcast. This thing lives in perpetuity. 6:23. Both boys filling each other out right now. Game of Mercy. Nothing too crazy just yet. But, man, I know how strong Jonathan Blank is. It's deceptive. So if they're playing a Game of Mercy, that does not feel like it's going to be fun for anybody's wrist the next day. All right, Heath the ref, the bastard child of Weird Al Yankovic, putting them back in. Also looks like he could have been a stunt double for the show Workaholics. He's telling them to get back to the center of the mats. See this face green, smiling. Yeah. Well, I like that you keep typing in these emoticons that aren't coming up for me. It's just literally, it's the oldest version of saying, like, whenever I tell people and I play into being old, I go, oh, thumbs up emoji? Like, that's what. It's so funny. It's just, I can't take it enough. Just describe the emojis. That's the new emoji now. Jonathan Blank might have let out a little bit of a smile. I think he's enjoying this. What a sicko. Jesus Christ. Why is Hollywood Mike sitting like Burt Reynolds all the way back there? And says, she made the best of the slam. Yeah, she absolutely did. I mean, it's why I didn't like seeing it, but I also didn't lose faith. I just thought, like, man, that's a tough position. Speaking of a tough position, right now, Jonathan Blank looking to go home super early. He's got the back of Sean Yanamarco. Doesn't have the hooks. We're not at points yet, but I think that Jonathan's looking way too calm in this position, and that might be freaking out Sean. Yeah, he's got one hook in now. That is not a place you want to be with somebody that strong. Body triangle on the inside, but now with that grip and that strength, that is allowing Jonathan Blank plenty of time now. Has a very aggressive rear naked choke. Welcome back to the party, Jonathan Blank. We have missed you. And you beat somebody who's kind of savage in his own right. So, man, it's so wild to think that sometimes the game can pass you by, but for Jonathan Blank, not at all. No time has passed. He looks good. Yeah, dude, throw up the guns one more time, bro. Like, this is, yeah. Oh, man. Now you know what it is? He's nodding. He's doing this big smile. And he's doing this moment where he's like, yeah, I remember who I am. Is that Brady Hilton? Brady, get out of the shot, bro. You're ruining it. I love the dude who's on the old school throwaway Fuji freaking camera, the disposable camera in the background. Orange hoodie over here, sparing no expense. Good for him. With the high up freaking socks. That dude's like 12 different fashion statements in one. The note here says, hey, Uncle, what happened between JRTs versus Dorian Alvarez? Well, Dorian Alvarez is about to go into the final. So I don't know if that really answers your question, but it should. Because Dorian's been having a great freaking day. What you should know, what that means for the rest of us who are watching this category, it means that in this final, you are going to see Dorian Alvarez versus Gavin Corby. Corby has been on a freaking tear, man. Yeah, that's going to be a really interesting match to watch. So I'm excited for it. I think you guys should be too. Just saying. And it says he's fired up. Although, you know what's weird? I could make sense of this gibberish, but nowhere on here does it say that. Like, you put words there, and I'm so delusionally tired, I just go, I think I know what he means. But Fress fired up is like somebody got drunk and is Irish and is slurring their words. Is essentially what that comes down to. Anyway, let's see what match they're going to next. There should be a prompt letting you know. Okay, Michael Sains. So we're going to 77 kg. Michael is going up against, yeah, Jacob Bornman. That'll be a tough match. Jacob has been very, very interesting to watch. And I think Mo is going live again. Oh boy. Okay. Well, I'm glad Mo is finding the time to go live to show you a peek of what the action looks like when we probably should just be watching the final. I mean, it's a good way to let people know it's happening. But maybe not the best for something you put behind a paywall. What do I know? Yep, this is starting about as aggressively as I thought it was going to. Yes, Borman is a Daisy Fresh guy, Pedigo guy, whatever you want to call them. What I do like is short cropped hair versus mop hair. Michael Sains has been, oh my God. That dude went down like a freaking bowling pin there. I also appreciate the dude who's wearing sunglasses indoors. Props to you, level black guy. Okay. Good overhook here. I think at this point, Michael's telegraphing he definitely wants to play a lot more guard if he has the opportunity, because with Jacob, the stand-up is a lot more of an unknown commodity. Good grip here on that, but I think Jacob is fairly strong. Michael thought about that Choi bar for a split second. Didn't quite have enough time to get it. That's a crazy matchup. You're telling me, bro. I'm very excited about it. I think it's one of the reasons why you'll see it be one of the last one. And it says he's the next picks. Just wait and see. Wow, I don't think there's any more waiting. I think we're seeing it. This is a dude who's already in the finals of ADCC trials. That is one of the most grueling experiences you can have in the world of combat sports. Granted, maybe a little less because there was a little less people this time. 44%, one might say. This guy. Brother, you speak of many things. This Joey Chestnut, brother. No, he no athlete, brother. No, brother. Yeah, very much so. It always takes a second to like have a moment when you realize, oh, that's where I know this guy from, or I've seen this guy compete on this card or this card. Jacob Borman is definitely making a statement this weekend, though. This is a big coming out party for him. And Michael Sains, let's go through his journey here. I think it gets lost in the translation, but don't correct my name. Like, I love when this is trying to tell me. So there's like 3 different sayings, and I think, are they all related? So there's 3 different sayings. Yep, I think they're all brothers. There's 2 in the 66 kg division and 1 in the 77. And meanwhile, that might not even matter at this point because I see many different things that are attempted in this position. Yep, I see a calf slicer, but I also see a shotgun that is happening for both knee bar opportunities and a heel hook, neither of which came to fruition, but still very fun to watch. Let's talk a little bit about Michael's journey. Michael's journey here, a submission over Paul Bordeaux, a submission over, score points over Josh McCullough, a score points win over Zach Corthran, a submission over Troy Wagner, a submission over Ernesto Rivera from Michael Sands. That to me was pretty big. Ernesto's a beast. When he beat him, I knew it was going to be pretty solid. Then to make it to this final, got a score over Nick Mattia, who looked pretty good this weekend as well. So, just going to say. Oh, no, you didn't just say that. He's still a purple belt? What fucked up shit are they doing? Guys, I'm a purple belt. We're not the same. I refuse. You know, I will say this. I'm glad I'm not a brown belt. If I was a brown belt, I'd have to be in the same conversation as that dude. I'm not that dude. Even saying we're both purple belts, insane. Ridiculous. And it says, I was going to say, I swear this guy got subbed already. But yeah, it was probably his bro. Well, that's because there's 3 of them. So that does help. However, Michael Sains, with that reap over, it's a little bit over the knee. It's still playable, though. It still can put some torque off that. Ooh, but Jacob Borman basically got up and garbage disposaled his way through that one. Didn't waste any time. Still at the points predicament. I think he just chiropractically adjusted his neck involuntarily there. 225 left to go. This is getting now to that very, very crucial point where if you're Michael, you now have to start thinking about the fact that you might be standing up with him. And I don't think covering his mouth is going to make him any friendlier. Just saying. Yeah, 2 minutes, 8 seconds. Is that just like the wristband that they have? Or does he have like a Taylor Swift friendship bracelet or something on? Hard to say. If so, he does have the Hall & Oates mustache, so I will give him props for that. All right, some additional game of mercy here. Thought about trying to get that arm. Choi bar again. Thought about it. Couldn't quite do it. These are tougher moves to execute. And it says double gold Nogi Pans purple last October. Not cool. That poor accountant, we probably fucked up in round one, was just like, it's going to be a good day. Oh no, my arm is dead. Why do I do this? Hour. Just kidding. 1 minute, 5 seconds left of regulation. Yeah, I don't want to wrestle with him. Oof. Got to be very careful here. That might be pass points. Yeah, it's a small little mistake there, but that's going to give him the 3. 3-0. 43 seconds are remaining. Whew. That's tough because he was doing such a good job of keeping him at bay with that guard retention. I see your note here. Doesn't everyone wear a bracelet for entry? Well, tell me why Jacob doesn't have his on. That's all. That's my question here. Are they just like, Jacob, you know you need your wristband? And he just stares very aggressively at them like, do I? Like, you know what? My mistake, bro. Yeah, for Michael, this is probably an unwinnable quantity at this point. So I think you were looking at just the formality of crowning Jacob Borman your official ADCC Trials Champ of 2025. Congratulations in order to this fake-ass purple belt. I also want to thank our audience for letting me know that, because holy shit, that dude is not a purple belt. That dude should be immediately promoted to brown belt on the podium. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see this dude at any more purple belt, any more competitions. If you make it to ADCC Trials and beat people who are legit brown and black belts, what are we doing here, fam? These are all formalities, and it's silly. I thought that was one of Michael's best opportunities, and a good calf slicer. Seeing it from this angle is so much better, by the way, but didn't quite get it done. I think Jacob has some excellent recognition from those spots. Congratulations are in order. And it says, it's over after this. I think you meant after that pass. That is correct. 3 points when you go to stand back up is a tough beast to come back from, because it requires you to get a takedown and a pass. Like, you can't do anything other than pass guard equally. But if you're standing back up, it means you need a takedown. So you are points fucked. And it says belts and rash guards are different. Well, yeah, but didn't somebody say, yeah, Shay Green is the one that said double gold Nogi Pans purple last October, and it said he's still a purple belt. I didn't just look at his rash guard and be like, well, that dude's a purple belt. He wasn't even wearing purple. Unless he's that like blue belt that shows up and is wearing a black belt rash guard, and you're like, this dude, I thought it was going to be better. Yikes. Nonetheless, Anna Mayordomo versus Valerie Wong. 10th Planet, Las Vegas' very own Valerie Wong, I believe. Hold on. Medusa winner? I can't remember if it's Medusa or Combat Jiu-Jitsu. It's so hard. I just always want to brand everything EBI. You want an EBI. But instead, you got to be like, actually, I'm a Combat Jiu-Jitsu winner. You might as well want EBI 49. I don't know the difference between them. They're all one and the same to me. Oh, yeah? I actually won EBI overtime. Still EBI guy.
I think Medusa is their combat women's BJJ.
Yeah, but dude, when I have to remember that stuff very quickly, why is it not focused on her and the dude yawning? Focus your camera. Ugh. It says, no, he's like 22. He's young, man. Okay, well, there's 18-year-old black belts. Stop lying. And it says, how is he at gi? That's like, I'm pretty sure probably pretty good. And it says it's a submission grappling tourney. If he's not a BJJ guy and beats a BJJ black belts, is he a black belt?
Islam is not a black belt.
Is this a fortune cookie I just got? Like, what are we talking about here, kid? Listen, if he's beating up people here, I think he's at least a brown belt. Plus, dude, I don't want to lose the freaking.
That's like when collegiate wrestlers go into tournaments, they automatically give them a blue belt.
Yeah, dude.
Whenever it's like, well, are they really blue belts?
And you know what? I'm going to be honest with you guys. I'm going to start promoting people. I'm not even a brown belt, but now I'm just going to start promoting people over me. I think, you know what? That's the thing. I've been around long enough. I think I can promote people. No, I can't do that. Promoting yourself is a different beast. But I think I can promote people over me. And somebody's going to be like, you're not qualified to do it. I was like, fuck you. Nobody says I have to be good. I just have to know who's good. That's what we're doing now. Done. So it is written. Valerie Wong on the top side of this, Anna Mayordomo, using both hands to extend out Valerie Wong's right hand. Nothing doing here just yet, but I see a couple more comments. And it says, they train Gi a few times a week out there. I can assure you that. And yes, I do see that note. Face green smiling. Thank you for the written out emoji con. 6:21 on this match left. Anna Mayordomo is coming to us. Let's see. I want to say, I don't want to speak out of turn here, but I want to say, yes, she is representing Kingsway Jiu-Jitsu. She beat Danielle Kelly, somebody who is also under her association in the semifinals, to be here for this one. And of course, Danielle Kelly is also going to be on that podium with her, no matter the result of this, because she took third place in that last match that she just had. But you know what's great? Valerie Wong doesn't care. She has never cared if it's points or not points. I feel like she puts the exact same pressure on either way. Anna Mayordomo, though, competing and kind of holding the banner for Kingsway, you got to wonder what kind of tricks she has up her sleeve. Obviously, playing with some of the best people in the world. Valerie doing a pretty good job so far of trying to advance the position. Anna's not phased. Tried to swing around on the back. Didn't quite have that. Has that little grip over on the outside. That's solid. That's a good start. Oh. And how quickly things do turn. That is a heel hook. That is loose. Ooh, now it's to a slicer. Don't love that, Valerie. Abort. There we go. That's a guillotine. It's hard to see it from this angle. It'd be nice if we could change to a different camera. Thank you. Okay, or not. All good, though. I see Dave Keel resetting his camera. That's way more important to see than the action. But this is an interesting matchup for a number of reasons. Again, we mentioned Valerie, Medusa winner, somebody who's competed at high levels, good under pressure, and really, really effective at how she has been making her run on this tournament so far. So let's just go over what she was able to accomplish at this tournament. Valerie Wong, by the way, the only Valerie in this tournament. There you go. Take that. Valerie Wong got she's just been on it this week in terms of beating people via points. She beat Cindy Ung yesterday at the beginning of her day, then Juliana Weaver, and then beat another 10th Planet person in Bree Stick. But right now, I think Anna's kind of signaling she wants to try and finish this with the legs. Valerie read that, trying to come on top with a toe hold. Anna's not phased. Anna don't give a fuck. Loses the leg there momentarily. And we are at the points portion of this match. So 3:07 is left to go here. From this perspective, you do get a sense of Okay, there's a toe hold here, but there's not necessarily a ton of pressure on it, on that leg. It's just kind of stuck, honestly, if anything. She pushes it down. Now that's a little bit better of an opportunity. That is very, very concerning for Anna. I'm sorry, for Valerie, because Anna keeps coming up on all of these slicers in very fast fashion with some excellent heel hook attempts. But even, man, relentless. Oh no, that could be very bad for Valerie. Anna is in on a attack. She's essentially over the face here, and in doing so got readjusted. Valerie fending it off as best she can. There's still time to work here. There's 2 minutes in this position. And what's interesting about this is you can now transition to that armbar from here. You can go to that Choi bar. You can go wherever you want. She opts to just kind of say, all right, no big deal. But Valerie's a dog. Valerie always heavily in these big competition moments shines through. I mean, she's not using the hair in ways that we have seen other people use their hair in big matches. But we do know that some people have used their hair in big matches. Just think that's the way the pwn is at the time. And hey, she brushed it all the way back. Props to her. Minute 20. I'm intrigued now how this works, because you probably start figuring with a minute 12:00, you're likely going to overtime. If that is the case, this is somebody who probably doesn't mind standing up. Valerie Wong comes from the same school as Andy Varela out in 10th Planet Las Vegas. She seems more than at ease with somebody who's got pressure and just puts at a relentless pace. So I'm not sure she's really all that mad about doing any kind of stand up here in about 40 seconds. Let's look to see if you guys have any comments. I don't know what this is. You just put the word KI. What does the word KI mean? I don't know. Killer Instinct? Okay. Sounds good. Don't know. Can't tell if you're foreign. If you are, all good. All right, 15 seconds, scoreless. We are going to overtime. Now, we didn't see Anna wrestle with her a ton. So, turns out we're probably going to see a lot more of that coming up here in just a second. Referee, I love this referee. This referee is like, no, ladies, you have to go faster. Men, you could take your time. And overtime here is a 4-minute period, just to remind you guys. And Valerie, oh my goodness. Yeah. Valerie was just itching to get back up, by the way. Yep. Looking very nice for her. Grabs her on the waist to make sure she doesn't fully attack the leg. Flattens her out. But Anna Mayordomo kind of gets her wish, because it's not necessarily a takedown per se. And she gets to play from guard now. Looking for a body lock, but that might compromise the arm. Nope, not for long, though. 3:10 left to work. Man, I do like these pull-ins. Very cool stuff from Anna Mayordomo. Very aggressive guard. It's a good time to remind you guys, though, if you like this show, be sure to like, comment, and subscribe wherever you're watching. My name's Rafa Esparza. I host a show called The Grappling Hour. You can catch The Grappling Hour on all major platforms. So if you type in @Grappling Hour, you'll find us on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Instagram, all of those places. And be sure to support us. And Anna, I love this shot. What I would say is unique about this is, if this comes down to referee's decision and 0-0, Where do you go? Do you go with Valerie, who's pushing the action, or Anna, who is actively searching for more of the submission attempts? Because when you take into consideration the regulation period, Anna had some things that she was throwing up that I think, even though she didn't have control of the match per se, looking for the submissions. And Valerie, there's no arguing, she's been dictating the pace. So who wins? And are you looking at somebody who was throwing up a slicer, and how much do you put into effort for that slicer? And who is that man with the pineapple jacket in the back? Is that pineapple or flowers? Hard to say. We mentioned it a little bit earlier, but it looked like he was stealing from the Liz Taylor collection that Michael Jackson would then steal from. 1 minute, 10 seconds left to go, guys. How do you have this scored? Because it's about to be real tense. Do you give Valerie the nod for the intense pressure, or do you give Anna the nod for her attempts at trying to get the submissions and actually getting the finish? The age-old question. Yep, because even here, Anna's trying to get this leg to go for the submission. And there's no doubting there is a skill in Valerie's ability to keep that pressure off. I don't know how the judges score that. And yet there hasn't been a moment in this entire match where Valerie hasn't been trying to murder and pass. So what's going to happen? All right, guys. Bad news. We're about 15 seconds away from a referee telling you who is going to not go to ADCC, because this doesn't matter. It's a good time to remind you guys, the women don't get automatic bids. Womp womp. But don't worry, there was just as many women in this one as there was in the men's 99 kg category, and the men's get an automatic bid, but there's not enough women. Just remember that. Do. All right. I fear whoever gets the nod how the other is going to take it, because I think it is fairly close. Yeah.
Politics, dude.
For sure. It is more submission attempts, though. Valerie looking like a good sport about it, though, so props to her. Anna Mayordomo, it is your day. Congratulations. It's annoying that we're not sending you to ADCC, but it is what it is.
Punch your ticket to Poland.
You punched your ticket to think about going to Poland. All right, guys, we're about to come up on the very last match. And this is going to be the Dorian Alvarez and Gavin Corbe match. It has been an intense week, but some reminders. If you guys like what you see here, be sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Follow us at the Grappling Hour. I hope that you like what we do here on the show. We do a lot of fight companions. We do tons of other content. More than likely, you're going to see most of the people who won here today, I'm sure, on our show. We usually put out invites to those folks, and they tend to come on. We have a good success ratio. I can say that. But I will tell you guys this. For every one of these events that you see, oh, that's pretty good. Solid. I wonder if I can debut this. I'm not gonna tell him I'm debuting it. I'm just gonna do it. Uh, our man Brian Peterson, who works very hard for us here at the show. He's trying some new things that we're doing on our shows, on our page, and he's trying out some new headlines, kind of in the vein of The Onion. And I thought I'll give you guys a preview of one headline he just made. UFC one-ups Misfits MMA by just banning Dennis first. Good stuff, Brian. Well done. It's very difficult because to make me laugh, it can be a task. So that one actually got a smirk out of me. Let's give some shout outs. What's up, Christopher? What is up, Tohold You? What is up, Shid921? Jennifer Dietrich, Chosen, Saint, MMA, Bellingham MMA, Rolling and Stoning. Good to see you guys. Thank you for tuning in. I hope you're enjoying the broadcast. And then good Lord, I see a handful of people. Reardon Metal, what's up, John? What is up, 10th Planet Chino Hills? What's up, Camacho? You were there. I didn't see you. Twist You Up. What's up, Grayson? Good to see you guys. Thank you for stopping in. All right. Your final match of the day. Eek. The cat. Very nervous about this one. Dorian is just intense pressure personified. Whereas Gavin Corbet is it's like what every dream every nerd has in this is there's the possibility you can beat up this incredibly athletic monster, but you almost have to kill him. Like, I mean, you could try to do it ecologically, but no pressure. All of eco training is depending on you, Gavin Corbet. Because that's the argument. We said this a little bit earlier. The whole argument behind eco has been, for people who don't like it, well, what champions have you produced? What are you going to say if he beats Dorian Alvarez? Not saying it's going to happen, but what do you say? You kind of have to admit it's a thing. But those of you, if you see him lose here, are going to be like, we'll see, it doesn't work. And it's like, I don't know, man. He still made it to the finals. This is...
balance is impressive.
It's very impressive.
What the fuck? That was impressive.
By the way, I do love the referee who gestures like this. Back to the center.
Those are very World Cup.
Back.
Those are World Cup hand signals. Right?
These are very sharp. This dude is essentially...
ADCC, you need to have good posture.
I mean, he does. I don't know that I've seen anybody else. But this ADCC jacket that this referee is wearing, it looks like their version of a nightgown. Like, these are his pajama ADCC gears. Mm-hmm.
This is the sexy ADCC.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Whoa.
Wow.
Wow. A duck under to...
Turns out...
Single-legged.
Yeah,
Wow.
turns out this is how you just bully somebody who's athletic back. You just don't accept it. Like, it looks like you get taken down. You're just like, oops.
Just copy their moves.
Take that. Wow. That was impressive, Gavin. Okay. Little game of mercy, pushing back this way. I don't know, man. There's something I kind of love about this where Dorian Alvarez is this pressure dude who's broken people just from the amount that he can put on the pace. It's going to be kind of cool if you see Gavin who just does like what he does, but just nullifies it and goes, yeah, okay. Sounds good.
It's that wrestling mentality, man.
Wow. What a freaking whip.
Wow. He just inverted spun to recovery.
He did. That little thing on the back of Gavin, maybe I'm just getting old, but it looks like some what you have for printers, the ink cartridges. It's like, it's a multicolor. It just reminds me like I got to order new ink cartridges.
That
Ooh! Oh no. We're not at points yet even.
No, 2 more minutes.
1 minute. We're at 1 minute away from points. Nope.
Wow. Dorian's composure is amazing.
You know what's great about this is
So calm.
Dorian really wants him to stand back up, and most people don't take him at that. Corbet just throws him off a little bit because he goes, you know what? Why not? All right. I think that telecast just ended. For those of you who were, well, you wouldn't know this now, but for those who were watching on Instagram, I think it has a limit of 4 hours? Okay. Good to know. I'll see if I can put this back on there in a second, but I mean, we're essentially done, so it did make its way through. Ooh, 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 ooh. Gotta be careful now. We're almost at points, Gavin. So, yeah, he's going to let him stand right back up if he wants to, or Gavin's just going to stay here. Yeah, because at this point, you can't wager to come back up and down. He's got to be careful on the guard pass. Does an excellent job of maintaining that composure for the regard. Now, this is going to be interesting because Dorian normally just speeds his way through things, but this is somebody who looks like they've got pretty solid guard retention all the way through. Oh my God, grabbed his own arm to maintain that. Can't quite pass it all the way through. Dorian forces the legs back. That almost opened up the leg for an attack here by Gavin Corbet, who kind of drags him down. Man, that's a really huge opportunity for Gavin. He could wrestle up actually off of that. These are really incredible, incredible transitions between these two. And it's weird because you're not seeing Gavin just take the bait like he's desperate for it. Gavin is confident in his guard in the same way that Dorian Alvarez is confident in his passing and pressure. Almost here. Trying to use that grip. It has some opportunities for him to attack. We will see what happens there. But keep in mind, guys, this is yikes. Yikesville 3000. 2 minutes, 20 seconds left to go. 0 points either way. But an incredibly tense affair between them. All right, minute 58. Back up on the feet. I mean, this is, if anything, kind of the area that Dorian's so used to overwhelming people with. And he's got somebody that is creating problems for him in unique ways. That is almost a takedown. If he can control that, it's getting back to Turtle. It's interesting to go to Turtle. Whenever you go to Turtle, that means that the control didn't necessarily happen. So those 2 points Dorian was really hoping for haven't happened because, that might be a pass here. That's going to be enough to establish, I think. Yep. I think that's control.
They might consider the head control.
I think it's just the delay to make sure it goes through all the different branches. But even if he doesn't collect the head,
I think he has to collect the head.
Good Lord.
I think that might be like the IBJJF thing. You have to collect the head.
This is the silliest thing in the world. When you have.
I think you have to collect the head. Yeah.
Wow.
Wow. Either that or they just wanted it to go to overtime.
Probably. Why not?
Fucking soccer.
No. He knew that was coming and said, fuck that.
Smart. You gotta give Gavin his props on that.
Oh, I'm a huge fan of Gavin. I mean,
Is Dorian an NCAA kid?
not sure. Hold on. So 2 seconds left. We're going to overtime now. Okay, they signal back up, game mercy, and off to the races. And now I wonder, Dorian always has that extra gear. I just saw some extra work out of Gavin that makes me think, oh, yikes. He was conceding his gas tank too? Good Lord. Oh, that's... Wow. Oh my goodness. What a freaking beast. All right. That should be points. Nope, that's going to be 2. And that's 5. So that's a takedown and a pass. Eek. Well, Gavin's possibility. I mean, this is so silly to me that that's considered head control when you've basically just got your groin in their face. And you're like, well, that's better than having the arm on the opposite side of the head. But here we are. Gavin Corbet, if he wants to win this trials, has to get a submission at this point. And now Dorian Alvarez going into overdrive. He's in on a choke. That might be it, y'all. And it is. Dorian Alvarez repeats his efforts as a champion in his division. That'll be the second time he has won a trials experience. And he heads back to ADCC. He has to be one of the favorites coming into this next opportunity because it is hard stopping him. He's relentless. He has pressure for days. And honestly, what a freaking run by Gavin Corbet, who really put shit on the map this weekend. Had an excellent answer all the way throughout his experience and just really, really performed in a way that, even though it didn't win, I still think puts eco training on the map. We're going to look on over at what should be some of the highlights from this experience. But what a great matchup between these two gents. Gavin Corbet really deserves a lot of respect for what he did here. Like, look at some of these just back and forth. Dorian initiates, but had a game partner who was not going to accept any part of this. And there could have been a mounted guillotine, could have been a finished guillotine from the side. Didn't happen there. A shot in, looked clear as day, and then just couldn't quite control it. And normally that's not what you see here. Excellent regard opportunities, and that was a big moment. So this was where part of the contention was. He had the grip over the head, not under the head. And then here he's like, all right, well, that's my dick. And they said, you know what? Over the head. Done. And on this particular spot, got underneath the chin, and in overtime got the submission to secure his spot at ADCC 2026 in Poland. I don't know if that's right. I think it is. And that audience cleared out ASAPs. So they are now going over some recaps, which allow us to do our recaps. Friends, that was a blast. I hope you enjoyed this broadcast of ADCC Trials. We watched it here with you. My name is Rafa Esparza. I host a show called The Grappling Hour. If you like this show, would love it if you like, comment, and subscribe on those videos. So if you're not watching on The Grappling Hour itself, you can find me at Grappling Hour at YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. We're on every single channel. We're at Kick. Some of you do that. Don't know why. I think I'm even on LinkedIn streaming right now. I have no clue. Honestly, we just press buttons. We had a blast today. I think we will likely do another one of these for West Coast Trials, but it depends on what weekend it falls on, quite honestly. I don't think they've announced that yet, but we're definitely trying to keep our dates and options open for that. So keep that in mind. The next Trials, we'll do one of these for that as well. And then we have some interviews coming up. As I mentioned, we likely reach out to everybody on that list. And I'll be honest with you, Dorian didn't do it the last time, but we definitely reached out, and we'll reach out again. So hopefully this time he does it, because I have questions and I'd love to know more about his experience. And I'll be honest, I haven't seen a really good interview with him yet. And I think there's definitely some stuff people want to talk about based off these experiences. We'll definitely reach out to Mo Black, see what she's up to, and as well as a slew of some other new friends. Brandon Reed, obviously, we're friendly with him, but I hope we'll be able to bring him on the show. So lots of stuff to come. John Blank has been on the show. I don't think that should be a problem. But we have some friends who did some incredible things, and we'll see. But that is what is coming up, you guys. Last couple reminders. If you like our show, you can check us out at patreon.com/grappling hour. You can see my interviews 30 days before anybody else. And for a few extra dollars, you can see extra bonus content not available anywhere else, including tape studies, a segment called Roast Raph, where people roast my competition footage, and much, much more. But in the meantime, you guys, that's going to do it for us here at the Grappling Hour for today. Check us out every week on the Bullpen, where myself and Tim Freeman talk about some of the biggest news of the day and break it down for dum-dums like, I'm not going to say you guys, but like other people who are dumb to better understand. And then last but not least, coming up this next week, your boy is producing. I am the executive producer of Subversive, and we got another big event happening out in Long Beach. So look for that and some announcements for us coming in a few days. All right, gents, that's going to do it for us here at the Grappling Hour. Thank you so much for watching. It's been a great day for grappling. We'll see you back on the mats.